Yeah. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Today is April 18th, 2023. I'm calling the meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Hold on a minute. Next.
Here.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lian.
Here.
Councilmember Fan. Mayor Montano.
And I am here. Thank you very much. So before we adjourn to closed session, City Attorney Mutalapasi, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. Today, we have 3 closed session items on the agenda. Item A will not be heard today. That's conference with labor negotiators. You will still be hearing item B, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated Representative Nick Roush, Human Resources Director. Bargaining unit would be other city attorney performance appraisal process. You also have a conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.92, facts and circumstances related to the expiration of a contract to which the city is a party, city is defendant.
Thank you very much, City Attorney. And now call for anyone from the public that would like to make any comments on these closed session items. Is there anyone from Zoom?
There is no one.
Thank you very much. And now we will adjourn to closed session. Councilmember Chua, we're ready. Okay, meeting is now called to order. We had just reconvened from closed session and it is 7:02. And I want to have our city attorney report out of closed session.
At this time, there's nothing to report out.
Thank you for that. So we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance from Councilmember Barbadillo. Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Next, invocation. And we will have the invocation to be led by Councilmember Fan. Oh, hold on a minute.
I will pass. Let's move on to presentations.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Fan, Councilmember Fan, is it okay if I can go ahead and do the invocation in your place? Okay, we'll do that. So I'm going to read prayer of serenity. So God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And I know that we here on the dais, sometimes it is difficult to make hard decisions. And we ask for a higher power to help us make those decisions. And we want the people to know that we are here for you. Thank you. Okay, next is the proclamations. So we have a couple of proclamations today. We have Earth Day, Arbor Day, National Autism Acceptance Month, and Parkinson's Awareness Month. So I will go down and do the proclamations. So welcome, everyone. Earth Day was first held on April 22nd, 1970. Earth Day was created to increase awareness of the issues affecting the environment in which we live. The global theme for Earth Day 2023 is Invest in Our Planet, which highlights the importance of dedicating our time, resources, and energy to solving climate change and other environmental issues. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming April 22nd, 2023 as Earth Day in the city of Milpitas. And also I'd like to acknowledge that Vice Mayor Chua has invited some folks for Earth Day. And if the council would like to come down, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I just like to introduce former chair of the Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission. Patty is such a force in the commission, and she does not only believe it, she eats it and breathes with it. Like anything about climate change, she knows everything. And thank you so much for your service, and please accept this proclamation if you want to say something.
Thank you very much. My name is Patty Sexton, and I've been living in Milpitas for 30 years. And this is a wonderful city, and I encourage everyone to participate in not only Earth Day this Saturday at the Selwyn Park, that we will be having an Earth Day celebration, but all month long and all year long. There's so much that we can do for our planet.
Thank you, Patty. And also our esteemed staff. She is like the brain. She knows everything about climate change. And thank you so much. Miss Elaine?
Well, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. And yeah, I think I just wanted to echo Patty and invite everybody to Earth Day and to actually just make every day Earth Day. Do little bits of actions can go a long way, and when combined, they do make a difference. So I do encourage everybody to get involved and come to our event or look at ways you can take climate action in your own house and daily activities. Thank you.
I also want to add that pretty soon we're starting the dumpster day. We have six events for the dumpster day. So better be ready, get your trucks, and wait for the announcement from Elaine. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Do we have any other recipients, or is that it? Or to accept the proclamations?
I believe the Deputy Director would also accept the Arbor Day proclamation.
Great, okay. Okay, so this is for Arbor Day. In 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established Arbor Day as a special day to be set aside for planting trees. Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. Trees are important in combating climate change as renewable resources and enhancing the beauty and economic vitality of our community. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council as we proclaim April 28, 2023 as Arbor Day in the city of Milpitas and encourage community members to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. So Elaine, would you come up here and accept this proclamation? But before that, I want you to say something.
Again, I think April is a great time to remember the earth and also remember our natural environment. We are actually hosting a volunteer tree planting. It will be April 29th, so the day after Arbor Day. Look for information to volunteer and get involved on our website. And I encourage you all to hug a tree when you get a chance.
Thank you, Elaine. I don't think there's anyone here to accept Autism Acceptance Month. Here we go. So Autism Acceptance Month is also known as Autism Spectrum Disorder, ASD. It is a developmental disability that can cause significant social, communication, and behavioral challenges. People with ASD may communicate, interact, behave, and learn in ways that are different, and their abilities can range from gifted to severely challenged. Each year during the month of April, people across the globe take time to recognize the millions of people living with ASD by promoting awareness, acceptance, and inclusion for all. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming the month of April 2023 as Autism Acceptance Month. And, I'd like to ask Chief Jarrett to accept it because he is, this month, he's given out the little stickers and they're really to educate people on autism. And by the way, I have a grandson who is autistic, so I know the challenges that parents go through because it's difficult when they have sometimes they have learning disabilities, and sometimes if they're out of the routine, if they sometimes it just really throws them off. So I really feel for them. So, Chief, would you like to say a few words?
I would gladly accept this on behalf of some of the autism organizations that we work with. We work with a couple of them, Pregna, for example. One of the things that we started doing as a police department a couple of years ago is awareness for officers and coordinating so that they're familiar with some of the communication challenges that different groups may have. One of them being folks that are autistic. Just a better way to serve our community and be better aware. So I will gladly pass this on to them, and I appreciate the council for this proclamation.
Thank you so much, Chief. Okay, the next one is Parkinson's Awareness Month. Is there anyone here in the audience that would like to accept this? So Parkinson's disease is a chronic, progressive neurological disease estimated to affect approximately 1 million people in the United States, with symptoms and severity varying from person to person. Increased research, education, and community support services are needed to find more effective treatments and to provide access to quality care for those living with the disease today. I, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council proclaim the month of April 2023 as Parkinson's Awareness Month. Thank you so much. Anyone would like to receive this? No? Anyhow, thank you so much. Okay, this is the time for the public forum. And I'm going to give 3 minutes for people that would like to speak in the public. And members are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. The public forum will, as I mentioned, will be 3 minutes. So call for speakers.
Yes, we have one card for Rob Means.
Good evening,
Mr.
council
Means?
members. A couple of meetings back, I came to the podium to accentuate the latest IPCC report, which said that we've got some extreme emergency climate crisis facing us. And I said that I really wasn't seeing the major changes that we needed to see from the city. And I want to thank Vice Mayor Evelyn Chua for pointing out to me that the city is doing a lot. And I want to acknowledge that. I want to thank you. You're definitely doing more than a lot of cities in the state. And, you know, you've put in solar panels. You've electrified your transportation here. I know that on the agenda tonight, you're even talking about pulling out the gas water heaters, replacing them with the heat pumps. And I applaud all of this. I've actually done all of this myself. I'm a little bit ahead of you. Got my water heater and the rest of my gas appliances replaced a couple of years ago. But again, we have a problem that's facing us that is freaking huge, and we need to step up our response to it. And we're talking about, you know, widespread kind of stuff, big time stuff. What you're doing at the city level is obviously larger than what I'm doing at my single residence. But again, we're talking individuals, so to speak, here. We did have a major accomplishment when we signed on to the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Program, which essentially cleaned up our electricity supply for our buildings. And this was, as you know, a community-wide change in how we do business. And that has made a major difference in reducing our CO2 emissions. In fact, I would say that it's probably the majority of the reduction in our CO2 emissions over the last few years. And so that's the scale of the solutions that we really need to be implementing in Milpitas. It may be that since we can't seem to get the carbon fee and dividend program, which I believe is now called a carbon cashback program, resolved at the national level, there's no reason we cannot do similar kinds of things here at the local level, where we are actually putting a tax on the carbon fuels that are sold in Milpitas, whether it's gasoline, diesel fuel, or natural gas, otherwise known as methane. So I'm just urging you to think bigger and broader on this particular problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Means. Is there anyone else that would like to speak from the public? City Clerk, is there anyone from Zoom?
I have one hand. That is Voltaire Montemayor.
Mr. Montemayor, you may proceed.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can. Yes, we can.
Yeah, Voltaire Montemero Milpitas. Yeah, I'm kind of walking, kind of catching my breath. I'm around the church helping. But anyway, all the proclamations, they're good. And then I just heard about, I know we talk about the gun control, and gun control is a big issue, I think, between is that the big parties like the Democrats and Republicans. Anyway, I'm concerned also of this mass killing. And that's all for now. I'm catching my breath. I'm at the church. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor, for those comments. And now
We
will-
have one more hand.
Oh, okay, great.
That will be Allison McDonald.
Allison, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Montano. I wanted to take the opportunity to invite the City Council and members of the public to join us for breakfast with the supervisor. Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association and San Jose City College Extension are hosting Supervisor Otto Lee on Saturday, May 6th at 9 a.m. at the college for a light breakfast and presentation by the supervisor. So please join us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any other speakers, City Clerk?
There are no additional hands raised.
Thank you for that. Now we are moving to announcement of conflict of interest. City Attorney Motilapasi, would you continue with that?
Thank you, Mayor. I ask you, Mayor, and each of the city council members whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
None.
Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Leanne.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you, Mayor. I also ask whether you and the members of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
None.
Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Leanne.
None.
Councilmember
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am none. Thank you.
Let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts.
Okay. And I will read the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais, specifically cell phones. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to agenda items separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you very much. And moving on to the approval of the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to make some changes to the agenda? If not, need a motion in a second.
Like to add item 18 onto the consent calendar.
Item 18 is so we won't be, it's item 18. So what do you want me to do? Okay, so this is an item on commission assignments. And I guess we'll have to discuss this if there's going to be some assignments, reallocated assignments. So is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? I see Councilmember Lynn, you have your hand raised.
Approve the agenda.
Okay, well, let's make a motion to, Han is going to make a motion, Councilmember Lynn is going to make a motion to approve the agenda with the change to add item 18 for the commission assignments.
What do you change? No, you can't.
You can't change it? Oh, okay, no changes. All right, so is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second, so it was moved to accept the agenda. And then a second by Vice Mayor. Then we'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Just a clarification, so we're approving the agenda as is, or with?
Yes, this is for the agenda as is.
Okay, so accept. I'm just clarifying, so accept the agenda as is without any change. That's the motion.
So I'm going to have our acting city manager to clarify.
Yes, so Councilmember Fan, item 18, we do not have any recommendations as part of the agenda packet yet. The mayor was going to make the recommendations at the meeting. So it has to be a discussion item because it can't just be consent. So I think the motion will have to be as is.
So,
All right, I'm an I then. Thank you.
An aye, okay. And
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Leon.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
and I am an aye. Now the consent calendar. So are there any comments from staff on the consent calendar?
No comments, Mayor.
Okay. I would like to pull. Well, let me ask my council members first. Is there any council member that would like to pull any items on consent?
Yes.
Member Lynn, you have an item that you'd like to pull. Which one is that?
Yes, I would like to pull C10. That is the fire training tower repairs
Okay.
for discussion.
Thank you. And now Councilmember Fan.
I'd like to pull 11, 12, and 13.
Okay, so items 11, 12, 13, and 10. Well, actually 11, 12, and 13 are those consent items as well? Yes, they are. Okay. So consent items 11, 12, 13, and C10 and consent item 10 are pulled. And actually, I was going to pull item 10 as well, but I'm glad that Councilmember Lin pulled it. So, okay. So now that we have those pulled, we can ask for any public comment on these. Okay, so acting city manager will make a comment on 11, the ones that the council member pulled, Ban pulled, is that's 11, 12, and 13.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to note for the council that C11 and C12 have a direct connection to the proposed 5-year capital improvement program. So normally, I know the council takes the consent calendar items after the discussion items, but I would request if you can hear C11 and C12 right after consent, because again, the capital improvement program proposes things based on the approval of these rates. So there may have to be some changes. We wouldn't want council to adopt the CIP if these rates didn't move forward.
Okay, so what is your, even though.
So I'd recommend if you're gonna discuss C11 and 12, if you could do it right after the approval of the consent calendar before we hear item 14.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the maker of that wants to pull these items. Do you want to continue to pull the items or, okay. All right, thank you very much. And so as I mentioned, these items were pulled and now we're going to ask the public comment for any of these for our consent agenda. Is there anybody from the?
I have no cards and I see no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay. Anyone from Zoom?
No.
Okay, thank you. And so now I need a motion and a second for the consent items.
Make a motion to approve.
I'm sorry, so this was moved by Councilmember Lin and seconded by Anthony Fan, wasn't it, Anthony? I'm sorry, what? She did complete it. Okay. Councilmember Lin, if you can complete your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to say, yes, I motion to approve the consent items except for C10, 11, 12, and 13.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept is there a second? I mean, second, Anthony seconded, and then now we're going to take the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Hold on a minute.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye. With the notation that 11 and 12 will be discussed right after consent. Thank you, Mayor. Aye.
Councilmember Leanne.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
I am an aye. Thank you. All right, so now we are going to And we're going to go to C11, which is waive the second reading and adopt ordinance number, and this is for the water service charge. I just mentioned that. Go, if you can please do that,
Okay.
acting city manager.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. So item C11, waive the second reading and adopt ordinance number 120.50 to amend chapter 1 of Title 8 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to water service charges. And we will have a brief presentation for this, but if we maybe get started asking if Councilmember Fan has specific questions. If not, we do have some slides for this item.
No specific questions on my part.
Would you like staff to make a presentation? Okay. So you just want to vote on it?
Okay, so we're going to take a vote.
We need to call for public comment, Mayor.
Is there a public comment on this, on item C11? Or this is the, do you want to read that?
Sure. So item C11, this is the second reading and adoption of the ordinance to amend Chapter 1 of Title 8 of the Milpitas Municipal Code, which relates to water service charges.
We'll take a vote. Yes, we need a motion. Hey, hold on a minute.
Move to approve C11 as stated.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yes. So it's moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Lian. And so now we will go for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. Is there no, are we going to do this?
We'll do C12. So C12 is waive the second reading and adopt ordinance number 208.55 to amend Chapter 2 of Title 8 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to sewer service charges.
Okay, so now we are going to ask for a motion. And it's, oh, the public comment, that's right. Public comment, anybody from the public want to speak on the sewer rates? Okay, seeing none. Oh, what about Zoom? Anybody from Zoom?
We have no raised hands.
Okay, so now I'll ask for a motion. Is there a motion?
All right. Move to approve as written.
Second.
That, so it was moved by Councilmember Barbadillo and seconded by Vice Mayor Chua. So now we're going to call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Nay.
Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. So it has passed. Thank you. We will go to the, hold on. Which one? You want to do item 14 as well now? Okay, well, might as well. Okay, item 14. So this is to conduct a public hearing to discuss substantial amendment to the consolidated plan, the allocations for fiscal year 2023 through 2024, community development block grant, and the corresponding annual action plan. And the speaker will be Alex Andrade. Oh, I thought it was, right, we have a. Yeah, so we have two different agendas with two different items of number. So why don't you do it then?
Sure. So this is a public hearing, item 14, hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the proposed 2024-2028 capital improvement program. And we have Deputy City Manager Matt Kano and Michael Silvera, a CIP manager, who will be presenting on this item.
Thank you, Ashley. Good evening, Mayor Montano, Vice Mayor Chua, City Council members Fan, Lynn, and Barbara Dio. My name is Michael Silvera, the CIP manager, and I'll be presenting the 24-25-28 Capital Improvement Program. Next slide, please. The agenda for tonight's presentation is we'll review major accomplishments of this past year, followed by the 5-year Capital Improvement Program, provide a status of City Council referrals that were discussed at the study session, and conclude with the recommendation. Next slide, please. These next few slides will review major project accomplishments. Last August, Council adopted the update to the sewer, storm drain, and water master plans. The purpose of these updates is to assess the health and durability of the existing infrastructure systems, develop a comprehensive plan for continuous growth of the city, and also they provide a roadmap for systems sustainability. Also, the council adopted the update to the Climate Action Plan, which provides recommendation strategies and actions to assist the city in meeting goals to address climate change and to meet long-term targets set by the state. Lastly, in May, council adopted a trails, pedestrian, bicycle master plan, which is consistent with the Milpitas general plan, provides recommendations to improve connectivity to major local destinations, such as Milpitas Trans Station and Great Mall. It also identifies trail system improvements, provides recommendations for safety and accessibility, and supports economic development to enhance the quality of life for the citizens of Milpitas. Next slide, please. Engineering, with the assistance of Fire, IT, and Public Works Department, successfully completed the replacement of Fire Station 2, which was built to meet building and fire codes for our central services building. The new station includes additional space for vehicles in the apparatus bay, community conference room for training and public meetings, and it was built with sustainable elements to improve operational efficiencies and response times to respond to the needs of the city. Next slide, please. The traffic section of engineering department successfully completed the annual street resurfacing project. The streets in the neighborhood east of Sports Center Complex from Calaveras Boulevard to Cal Oriente was resurfaced. The neighborhood is highlighted in the middle picture of the slide. As part of the project, 92 ADA curb ramps were installed to provide accessibility when crossing the streets, and flashing beacons were installed at 3 intersections as a traffic calming measure. The intersections are Phelan at Kennedy Drive, North Park Victoria Drive at Kennedy Drive, and South Park Victoria Drive at Mount Shasta Avenue. Next slide, please. If These Walls Could Talk exhibit in the Adobe House was open to the public for tours at last November. This marks the final phase of the Visa Adobe Park. The project installed an audio video system and exhibits to showcase the public the rich history of the property and the city of Milpitas from the late 1700s to present time. Next slide, please. Phase 1 of McCandless Park will be opening in June. This phase constructed the main core of the park, which includes 2 all-inclusive playgrounds that were designated for people of all abilities to enjoy the outdoor space and interactive elements. A community garden for residents to grow their favorite vegetables and fruits, which includes 24 plots. 2 cover large picnic areas with barbecue amenities for large group gatherings. Play area for dogs to run freely, and various amenities such as walking pathways, bridges, butterfly garden, landscaping, and a restroom. Next slide, please. As part of the mural program, a colorful mural was painted on the elevated tower of the Montague pedestrian overcrossing in front of the Edge Apartments. The mural reflects the city's heritage and the community's diversity. Next slide, please. Now we'll review the 5-year budget of the proposed 24-28 capital improvement program. Next slide, please. First, let's take a look at the timeline of the CIP process. At this study session on February 28th, staff presented the proposed CIP to the City Council. On March 6th, the Parks Recreation Cultural Resources Commission recommended that City Council approve the park section of the program. A few weeks later, on March 21, Public Works presented a recommendation to adjust the sewer and water rates and held a public hearing, which there were no majority protests. The next day, on March 22nd, Planning Commission adopted a resolution number 23-007, finding the proposed 24-28 capital improvement program to be in conformance with the city's general plan as required by California Government Code. Prior to the presentation, Council adopted an ordinance for the adjustment of the sewer and water rates, which allows funding for related projects in the CIP program. Tonight, staff is recommending to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution for approval of the CIP. After adoption, the next step will be on June 7th, where tonight's related funding actions for the first year of the adopted CIP will be presented for Council's consideration as part of the approval of fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget. Next slide, please. The 5-year CIP is brought forward tonight consists of 148 projects for an estimated budget amount of nearly $245 million. The budget includes projects with insufficient funding or no funding, which is estimated at $58 million over the next 5 years. Of the $58 million, there's a funding need of $22 million for new infrastructure projects and $35 million for existing infrastructure backlog. The chart shown on the right is a breakdown of estimated costs with the associate number of projects for each category. I will pause here for a few seconds for a review of the slide. Next slide, please. Here's a summary of the proposed funding for each category in fiscal year 23-24, which will be available starting July 1st. Staff is proposing to fund 48 projects for an estimated cost of $32.6 million. Approximately 75% of the funding will be dedicated to projects in the community, streets, and sewer categories. Next slide, please. Here is this funding summary table of the fiscal year 23-24 budget. It identifies allocations of funding by major funding sources per each category. The sources are listed along the top row, and the category descriptions are listed in the far left column. Let me start with the general fund, which will fund the replacement of Council Chambers AV financial system in the amount of $2.4 million. $4.4 million from the general government fund will fund 15 projects in the community, parks, and street category. The park fund will fund 6 projects in the amount of $1.5 million for improvements of playgrounds, park trails, amenities, and sports courts and fields. The sewer fund will fund $10.3 million for sewer-related projects. Majority of this amount is to fund the city's contribution to the rehabilitation project at the San Jose wastewater facility. The gas tax, Measure B, SB1, street improvement funds, and vehicle registration fee are examples of a street fund. $6.3 million would be used to fund a street-related project, such as the annual street resurfacing project or a street light replacement project. The water fund will fund approximately $3.8 million for water-related projects. In the last column there, the other funds are miscellaneous funds such as grants, LMD, Public Art Fund, Storm Drain Fund, and TAS. These funds will fund some community streets and storm drain related projects. Next slide, please. Now I'll turn over the presentation over to Deputy City Manager Matt Keno.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for your time this evening. And then the next 4 slides, I'll be talking about a few of the 48 projects that are recommended to be funded as of July 1st. Michael made some references to many of the projects already in the presentation, but I wanted to highlight that every one of these projects when we consider funding, we look at the city council priorities, the highest infrastructure needs in the city, and look at those projects that will benefit the residents of Milpitas the most. And those could be a direct benefit where it's an actual pathway in a park or a trip hazard on a sidewalk that we invest dollars in. It could be a benefit to city staff, such as a report writing at the police room at the police headquarters so that staff can become more efficient, or it can be some more back-end staff systems like the financial system enterprise resource planning system that allows us to be more efficient as an organization. But with every project, we have that community in mind as far as making sure that this is the best recommendation, the best use of funds that we would professionally recommend for our community in Milpitas. In the community project category, there's some projects that are listed here. Fire station improvements, really improving apparatus bay doors so that can be in good working order so that we can have great response times for our community. City building improvements to community centers, police headquarters, or just to name a few of the projects that are part of this category. Michael already mentioned the council chamber AV system, which is unpredictable and aging and technically obsolete. And it's very important for us to invest in that in order to provide great services to our community. And the financial management system that we have in the city, which is a 25-year-old system that's very limited in its capabilities, and a new system will allow us to much more efficiently deliver services to our residents. Next slide, please. In the park project category, this is in the park project category, there's 6 projects being proposed to be funded in an amount of $1.6 million from citywide park rehabilitation, trail and pathway repairs, such as at around Coyote Creek and Stickroft Park. Sports field rehab of fields includes fields at Dixon Landing Park, Peter Gill Park, and Murphy Park. Minor sports court repairs, such as Dixon Landing Park, Robert Brown, Pinewood, and Selwyn Parks. And the design phase for the replacement of the bleachers at the Milpitas Sports Complex that are aging and need repair and replacement. As you notice, everything that's highlighted on here is really invested in replacing and repairing our existing infrastructure so that our public can have better enjoyment of our park system in Milpitas. Next slide, please. In the streets category, there's 10 projects proposed, a funding amount of $7.9 million. This is primarily, again, an existing infrastructure repair. We have the annual street resurfacing project, Thompson Street, portions of Thompson Street, Great Mall Parkway are included there. An annual allocation to repair sidewalk, curb, and gutters. It's really important to continue to invest in this repairs to eliminate any safety and trip hazards for our public. Annual streetlight signal and signage fund that continues to do the necessary repairs for those systems. And one project that I'd like to highlight is $1 million that we received from the state, a one-time funding that will improve the bicycle network along high traffic bike lanes and signalized intersections in Milpitas. Next slide, please. combined a few categories here for the water, storm, and sewer projects. Overall, there's 14 projects in this category, evaluated $16 million. Michael mentioned already the largest project here is the annual allocation to the improvements that are being made to the regional wastewater facility located in San Jose, where all of our waste goes to. And the Force Main A project, which is a new project recommended in our sewer master plan. Well, not for a new facility, but to essentially repair the pipe that was put in 1974 to pump all of our wastewater from Milpitas over to the wastewater facility. It's near the end or near at the end of its useful life, and we are starting as part of the rates that were just approved at the prior council action that will allow us to help finance the improvement and replacement of that system. The cross connection control system to protect our city water supply from contamination. Minor water projects to continue to do minor repairs as needed to our system to ensure we can always continue to provide safe, reliable drinking water to our public. And our storm drain system rehab project funding is to install a liner in the ditch behind Friendly Village Mobile Home Park to prevent community flooding. Next slide, please. This is an image of the funding amounts, the $32.58 million in the funded year, fiscal year 23-24 in the CIP. And the important takeaway I want to show here is the orange versus the blue coloring. The orange is the investment in existing infrastructure that is in the CIP. And this is projects and sites and that already exist that we're focusing on repairing and replacing so our public and our employees can continue to use our facilities. And the blue color in here is things that we would call new improvements in Milpitas. Next slide, please. There are a few edits from the proposed to the initial proposed CIP document that you saw at the February 28th study session to the proposed document that we're reviewing tonight that I wanted to make sure to highlight on here for you, and are also listed in the agenda report. There is $2 million of funding for the Force Main A project. That's the pipe that goes carries our waste from our lift station over to the regional wastewater facility that I already referenced. That $2 million is being shifted within our budget from another sanitary sewer project over to the Force Main A project. So it is not $2 million of new funding that we're requesting. It's more of a shift within the capital budget to the Force Main A project to ensure that we can begin work on that ASAP. And then we've also programmed out year, not funded at this time, but out year allocations for the annual bridge rehabilitation program so that we can continue to invest in repairing and replacing or repairing all of the bridges within the city of Milpitas as needed. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Michael had already referenced this, but within the CIP, the 5-year CIP, there are unfunded projects that we want to work on that have been approved as projects in the 5-year CIP, and that values at $58 million. And if you just look at the last column on this table, you'll see by category: community, parks, streets, water, sewer, and storm drain, how much is unfunded in each of those categories. Next slide, please. In addition to looking at what's unfunded in the five-year CIP program, we also want to continue to keep track of the overall needs. If we look out 5-10 years in the city of Milpitas, what are those capital needs that we need to create a system that to continue to invest in system and continue to be able to repair and replace our amenities when they reach the end of the useful life. Based on the master plans that the city has approved the past few years, including storm, sanitary, water, and parks, we're looking at about $265 million that we're tracking right now of existing infrastructure that eventually will need to be replaced, as well as new infrastructure needs. It could include new parks, new pedestrian overcrossings, and other new amenities of $219 million for a total of $485 million. This is something we'll continue to talk to the mayor and city council about later this year, and as the years goes on, about how do we identify this funding need. Part of identifying this funding need in the future, 5 years from now, will be to look at adjusting the water, sewer, and sanitary rates again every 5 years. If we do that again in 5 years, that'll solve some of this. The infrastructure fees from the metro area and the Main Street area will solve some of this as well. And it's possible in the future very possible in the future that the city will need to look at other financing mechanisms such as a general obligation bond measure. That's not something we're proposing this evening. It's just we want to continue to track our infrastructure backlog and our needs for capital improvements so that when the time comes to have those discussions about how do we seek that money through grants and other resources, we will have this information available. Next slide, please. At the February 28th study session, we tracked all the city council referrals that we typically track every quarter. We report to the mayor and city council on the status of the referrals and the council priorities. And as part of the capital budget, we want to make sure that we're giving you a status update on all of those council priorities and referrals that are capital related. Even though our next priority setting update with you is in June, that'll be after you already approve the capital budget. And so we want to make sure during the approval of the capital budget, we give you an update on all those referrals and priorities that are capital related in case you have feedback and questions during this time. So the next set of slides and the last set of slides here is to review all of those council priority and council referrals that are capital related. Next slide, please. The police substation feasibility analysis in the metro area, we have included in the capital budget, and it's paid for out of fees from the metro area. Feasibility analysis for a consultant to look at current city-owned parcels for the potential police substation. That contract has been executed with the consultant, and that analysis is underway, and we'll have more information to report on that in late 2023. Next slide, please. Teen Center alternatives analysis. So that we have received council direction to analyze options for placement of the teen center in the city of Milpitas in the future. And the survey of teens and the analysis of options is included in the budget. There's not a specific line item in the budget because that work is going to be absorbed by existing recreation staff. However, that analysis will move forward this year, and we'll report back to the mayor and city council on the results of that analysis at a future meeting. There are no capital funds yet identified for any potential improvements, but we will discuss that at a future time once we finish the analysis. Next slide, please. Community survey for vacant right-of-way at Vasona and Adobe. So we had reported previously to the mayor and city council to do an actual feasibility study of this vacant land would be $50,000. However, we received direction to survey the local community on what they may want at this location, and then come back to the mayor and city council at a future priority setting session to talk about options after we do that. And so that survey will be happening in the near future. And then once we get the results of that survey, then we'll bring those results back to the mayor and city council so we can discuss if we want to take any next steps as an organization. Next slide, please. South Main Street lights and utility undergrounding projects. It's a very, very critical corridor for our city to improve and invest for many different reasons, economic development, especially Main Street. And we have significant needs for street lighting and undergrounding of utilities. There are no dollars, and although the dollars are shown as a need in the approved capital 5-year plan, there's no dollars invested right now in the first year. However, we are working with Representative Rokana's office regarding potential federal funding, and we received good news yesterday that we're still in the running for potential federal funding for a portion of the street lighting on Main Street. So we'll keep the mayor and city council up to date as that continues to move forward. Next slide, please. Navigation Center. This is again on the city council prioritization list for us to look into possibly doing in the city. We don't have any money currently allocated to this, and we'll discuss this again at the June council priority setting session. Larger message sign at the library, similar to we don't have any money right now and invested in this in the capital budget. But we will also discuss this at the next council priority setting session. Next slide, please. Satellite consulate office. There was a request at the last council priority setting session to possibly have a satellite office at City Hall for a consulate from another nation. We are in the process of starting to talk to to consulates within the city to see if anybody's interested, and we'll report back with any results we have of those conversations at the June City Council priority setting session. The city attorney's office, that is included in the proposed capital budget to include offices for the city attorney on the third floor of City Hall. And so that was included in the proposed capital budget in February that we presented to you. We did receive direction from you at the February study session to convene internally and kind of around City Hall to see if we can find any other better options. We did that effort. We really haven't been able to identify any better options. And so we have left a proposal to continue to invest in creating that office in this budget. Next slide, please. Cesar Chavez Community Garden, potential plot reconfiguration. So at the next City Council meeting in May, staff will be presenting the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendations to council regarding potential changes to the way we run our community garden program. As part of that, those recommendations, there has been a discussion about potentially reconfiguring some of the plots. We have not put any money in the capital budget to do that plot reconfiguration. However, we just wanted to make you aware that that conversation may happen in May. And if the plots do end up needing to be reconfigured in the future or made smaller to create more plots, we would need to identify funding at that time. Main Street flooding south of the library, that continues to be a problem for us, just south of the library on Main Street, due to the capacity of the stormwater system there, flooding during rain events. We do have a consultant on board that is looking at our storm system right now, and as part of their analysis, they're looking at this area to see if there's any quick fixes we may be able to do to minimize flooding here. We'll be reporting to the mayor and city council on that study likely in May next month. And so there'll be more information on that next month when we report to council. Next slide, please. Pickleball. I'm just going to move to the next slide because we have a few slides specifically on pickleball. So the pickleball pilot program was launched in the summer of 2022, included 2 courts at Gill Park and 6 courts at Hall Park. We reported to Mayor and City Council the February 28th study session that we estimated a cost of $200,000 in order, if we used Hall Park as an example, we weren't proposing necessarily Hall Park conversion, but to use Hall Park as an example, if we converted all 4 of those courts permanently to pickleball, would be about a $200,000 cost. And then we have a survey that is underway and being completed, where we've reached out to users, tennis as well as pickleball, to get their feedback on what they would like to see. Next slide, please. There's multiple physical options we could do moving forward, and the image on the slide here is an aerial view of Mitchell Park in the city of Palo Alto. As you can see, the left-hand side, which had been 2 tennis courts, is permanently converted to pickleball. And the right-hand side is still, it's a little messy, but essentially it's 8 pickleball courts with the white lines overlaid with the overlaid on top of the 2 larger tennis courts, which means that a tennis and or pickleball could be used at or tennis or pickleball could be used depending on the hours of use for each sport. There's multiple options. We can convert an entire 4-court facility permanently to pickleball, or we could do a hybrid overlay like you're seeing on this aerial. Next slide, please. So there's several options that can happen this evening. I wanted to clarify right now in the proposed budget, we have not added any funding for pickleball. At the February 28th study session, Mayor and City Council had asked us to come back at tonight's meeting to talk a little bit more about options before we added anything to the budget. And so that's what we're doing. So right now, if you approve the budget tonight, as is presented to you with no edits, there would not be any additional money for pickleball in the budget. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. There's a few options we could take tonight. One is you could invest the $200,000. We don't have a lot of extra money to invest in the capital budget, but we could find those dollars in the capital budget. We could invest $200,000, and you could provide clear direction on, use it at this location for pickleball. You can recommend investing $200,000 and for us to put it in a reserve and return to you at a future date to determine exactly how, for a separate council item, to determine exactly how to use that 200,000, the location and the type of courts. We could put away half the funding, $100,000 in a reserve, pending that future conversation about what to do with pickleball, and possibly as part of that, look to raise funding from other organizations to come up with any additional funding we would need, or we could take no action at this time. The one caveat I put in the slide here about taking no action at this time is we have a lot of needs every week, every month. Additional needs come up, and it's possible that if we don't allocate any money now, and we waited till this fall to have the discussion about allocating money, it's possible we could have spent the $200,000 that we have available somewhere else by that time. So wanted to just list those options, and there's obviously many variations of each of these options, but we want to list those on the slide for you this evening. And again, absent any direction this evening on pickleball, we would proceed without it included in the budget. Next slide, please. Recommendation want to make a recommendation to open the public hearing to receive any comments, and then move to close the public hearing, and then to adopt a resolution approving the 2024-2028 capital improvement program with any edits, adjustments that you choose to make this evening to the budget. Thank you very much, and we're here for any questions and feedback.
Thank you for the presentation. Great presentation, Michael and Matt Kano, Deputy City Manager. And so now we're going to open it up to the public.
I have 3 speaker cards. Mayor, you need to say we are opening the public hearing.
Opening the public hearing.
All right, 3 speaker cards. The first is Stephen Ballsbaugh. The second is David Hull, followed by Rob Means.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name's Steve Ballsbaugh, 50-plus year resident of Milpitas, and I'm going to revise my speaking points, but I do want to say that we thank you very much for all you've done for us this year. The $200,000, I actually sent an information that says there's a way we could probably save about $60,000 off of that. That would make for a better solution. And so there's definitely some funds that could come reduced from that $200,000. The temporary courts that we have right now are not going to hold together much longer. And if you couldn't do just one thing, you could end up purchasing 6 net systems instead of paying roughly $7,500 to $8,000. If you put them in ground, portable net systems are $2,500. Their solution, if you just got us 6 courts like that, that'd be a major improvement if you're looking at priorities. So I'm open to any questions either now or at any other time, but we want to work with the city. City's been good to us. We're good for the city also. We both have a lot in common. Milpitas, where people gather to enjoy time with each other. Pickleball, people gather to spend time as people more than as pickleball. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is David Hull, followed by Rob Means, and then Jasper.
Good evening, council members. I'm About 3.5 years ago, when I retired, one of my big concerns was the lack of social interaction that I would have, that I was used to at interacting with my coworkers. And of course, when COVID hit, that reality came true in a rather big way. But a little under a year ago, I became aware of the fact that there was pickleball being played in Milpitas. And so since that was on my list of things I wanted to check out in retirement, I looked into it. And what I found really surprised me. The people that were at Fuel Park at that time welcomed me graciously into their group, helped me learn how to play, helped me learn the rules. And in the 10 months that I've been playing, I've probably played with over 100 different people, all different age groups, all different nationalities and ethnicities. And it's just been a really fun time getting to know all these people. And I count many of those people as my friends now. And so what I came to realize was that pickleball, I was expecting to have something that would be good to keep healthy physically. And I found that's definitely true. But what I also found out was that it also contributes to emotional and mental health as well. The social interaction that I see happening every single day is amazing. If you go to the courts, you'll hear laughter and conversation that I've been parts of many different kinds of sports, tennis and racquetball and softball and volleyball. I have never experienced the kind of social interaction that I've seen on the pickleball courts. So I'd encourage the city council to invest this money, $200,000 or whatever it will take to refurbish a hall park and turn it into a dedicated pickleball facility. If you do that, you will be supporting not just the physical health of the residents of Milpitas, but also, perhaps more importantly, their emotional and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rob Means, followed by Jasper.
Good evening, Council. I was looking at the long-term projections presented by staff, and that we've got a lot of expenses that we're expecting, 427 million that are not even in the current game plan, shall we say. Now, a lot of that is going to be addressed by future sewer and water rate increases. So the roughly 200 million that's left for new infrastructure projects, about half of it is going to the trail, pedestrian, and bicycle master plan implementation, which obviously is a way of dealing with our carbon footprint. And to me, that seems like a pretty good investment. But nevertheless, that is a large chunk of money. And unless we are starting to think about ways of gathering more money into the city coffers, that is going to be challenging to find the funding for that. Unless, of course, we've got a strong Democratic majority in the Congress, which has demonstrated in the past with the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, that they're willing to put money into local communities. So that's one thing, is to keep an eye on where we can get some money from. And I would suggest that there's, I'll go ahead and send you a list of my suggestions as to where we might be able to get some of that money. One place which I'm questioning our investment in the Montague pedestrian overcrossing at Penitencia Creek. The one that we've done recently across Montague cost us roughly $15 million, I think. And now we're looking at maybe 25 million for the next one. If we deferred that until after the personal rapid transit system was installed there, we probably would not need that overcrossing, because the PRT system would actually provide a crossing at that point over that roadway, which is a major roadway. Then we've got the Calaveras Boulevard widening project, which has been on our schedule for at least 10 years and had prices grown from about 75 million to about 145 million. Again, if we have better ways of getting people around Milpitas and around the area, then the importance of that crossing becomes much, much less. And again, if we have a successful demonstration project of the PRT system, obviously the next extension would be up here to cross at this same place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jasper.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I was not sure until this evening that I would be talking about pickleball to convince you all to invest in that sport. I think I'll just tell you my story. I moved here 10 months ago from North Dakota. I used to be a research soil scientist and changed careers and became a Scrum Master. I support software developers at Lucid Motors to do their work more efficiently. So I sold my house, came here. I was looking for a place to rent. I needed a place that was closer to a pickleball court. The pickleball court was very important in our decision for me to live in Milpitas. I'm a single father of 3. My oldest is in high school. The only sport that we do together is pickleball. It really brings us close. When I moved from Cameroon, Africa to the United States, one sport that we came to like very much was football. And one of the reasons was that football is one of those sports that you have the slim guys participating as well as the big guys. Pickleball is a sport that involves the young, the older generation. A 70-year-old man or woman can have a competitive game against a 25-year-old. That is so beautiful. I really wish to acknowledge the fact that pickleball has been very great for my family. Again, as a single dad with 3 children. The oldest is 17, the youngest is 12. At this time where, especially with COVID coming 4 years ago, almost 4 years ago, it would have been extremely difficult to live under that condition or during that period without a sport like pickleball. So it really helps us to integrate within the community, interact with each other, learn different cultures. And it also really helps us to build a sense of empathy because as we interact, we learn other people's cultures. And as we build that sense of empathy, that is how we can help others suffering from mental health. So today, as I was applying for a job, I spoke with my colleague who was also laid off. And I told him, we should be going to play pickleball. He's very interested in that so we can maintain our sanity. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no more cards, but we do have several hands raised in Zoom. The first is going to be Allison McDonald, followed by AJ Long.
Welcome, Allison.
Thank you, Mayor Montano, City Council. I need to apologize for my voice. I think it's allergies tonight. I wanted to speak about one thing in the CIP, especially. Wanted to address the unfunded planned improvements for Sandalwood Park on Escuela Parkway at Russell Lane, between Russell Lane and Sandalwood Drive. That park was built in 1988, and I have lived in the neighborhood. I'm a couple blocks away from it. It's our neighborhood park. Been here for about 20 years. And the only improvements I'm aware of that have taken place in that time has been the removal of dead trees and the removal of a broken picnic table. none of which have been replaced. Other parks got addressed with American Rescue Fund's money last year with sort of basic safety improvements. The park across the street was rebuilt over on the other side of Jacqueline, Oliver Jones Park. We talked to the city, Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association wrote to the city years ago advocating for improvements at Sandalwood Park. We were very pleased several years ago, a few years ago before COVID, that the city was investing in a plan and getting community feedback for that park. The plan has already been developed. And yet from year to year to year to year, funding to actually bring those improvements about have been kicked down the road. It is again in the plan for 25, 26, I believe. However, it is unfunded. And I would like the city to take a serious look at ways to fund at least some of the improvements at that park so that it comes up to the same standard we expect across the city. It's a very highly used park. It's along the Hetch Hetchy right of way. It's very close to the three schools, Milpitas High School, Russell Middle School, and Pomeroy Elementary, as well as the college. People coming and going from the schools traverse that park daily, hundreds of people out enjoying recreation along the trail and exercise cross through that park daily. And it deserves to have better facilities. It's really run down, it's sad, and the people in that community, in our neighborhood of Sunny Hills, deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker we have is AJ.
Welcome, AJ.
Hi, Council. I'm a resident near Gill Park. I'm happy with the expansion of the pickleball courts. However, I do want to encourage the Council to consider putting in some sound walls, or maybe even implementing a rule for these pickleball courts to use quiet foam balls. It does get quite loud in the morning, and it does get disruptive in the early hours of the morning. So all for the expansion, but please, a little bit of quietness in our peaceful neighborhood is needed as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other hands to speak.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, thank you all for all the speakers on speaking on these items tonight. I will be closing the public hearing.
I'm sorry, before we close the public hearing, we do have one more hand.
All right.
It's Barbara Navarro.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Good evening, Council. I wanted to endorse what Allison said about Sandalwood Park. I have two young grandsons, and although the city did upgrade Oliver Jones Park, unfortunately, they didn't make any kiddie swings at Oliver Jones Park. They have two swings and they're not kiddie swings. So the closest kiddie swings is Sandalwood and Gill Park to my home, which is in the Sunny Hills area. And I think relooking at the budget and trying to instill some improvements at the park itself, because I do take my grandson there, and it's full of sand, and there's cats and everything that get in that sand. It would be great if they could make some improvements, and it does have kiddie swings, and we want to continue for it to have kiddie swings. Right now, when I take my grandson on a park day, I drive all the way over to Foothill Park, which is next to Rose Elementary, because that park has been redone. I don't know how recently, but the play structures and the kiddie swings there are ideal for his age. And although I love Oliver Jones Park, I really wish that one of the swings was a kiddie swing for him, because he loves to swing and there's no kiddie swing there. So we go to Gill and we go to Sandalwood when we go close by the home. But please reconsider and look at Sandalwood Park. It really needs an upgrade, and it is in a nice neighborhood, and a lot of people are trying to use it. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Is there anyone else?
There are no additional raised hands.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's on regarding the Sandalwood Park. If you city manager, is there staff that can, or do you want to make a comment on that?
Sure, we can. Did you want to close the public hearing or you want?
I will close the public hearing.
Okay, great. And we have Deputy City Manager Matt Kano, who can speak to some of the ARPA monies that we're investing in Sandalwood.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the question, Mayor and City Council. In total, with ARPA and some other funding sources, we have $4.8 million that we're investing in various parks throughout the city. And there's two projects that's split between. The first one is $1.3 million worth of projects that's under construction right now. Sandalwood is not included in that first phase. However, Sandalwood is included in the second phase, the $3.5 million second phase of these projects. And of that, we're estimating approximately $315,000 will be invested in Sandalwood. So it is not for a full renovation, but I'll ask Michael Silvera, CIP manager, to speak to what he thinks the $315,000 in Sandalwood will get us, as well as the timing of that project.
Thank you for that question. So Sandalwood, we're going to be renovating the picnic area, replacing the tables, the outdated tables, and also look at a portion of the trail there. We're also going to be replacing the benches around the playground and looking to install a fence around the playground for a little bit more safety. And that we're currently in design of phase 2. So hopefully we'll be completed by the end of this year to start construction of 13 parks next spring.
Thank you very, very much. That's great to hear. And now that you're speaking on Sandalwood Park, I did get a few complaints a while back about, I guess when they turn the sprinklers on, it gets flooded. Maybe one of the caps is broken. So if you can look into that, that would be great. But for the speakers, you heard staff, and it is in the pipeline. So that'll be happening pretty soon. And thank you for that, Matt and Michael. Okay, now it is time for a council discussion on the CPI. And I will open up for discussion. Does anyone have any comments? Councilmember Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. So, capital improvement program. These are our projection for the next 5 years on things on our infrastructure that needed to be either replaced, repaired, or new infrastructures. Is that what CIP is?
Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you. And we are projecting at least 244 million in the next 5 years.
Councilmember, yes, it's based on projects that have been added to been approved by the mayor and city council as projects we want to work on in the next 5 years in past budgets, as well as new projects that are being added in this budget. Total of $244 million of needs that we've identified over the next 5 years, correct?
All right. And out of that, there will be a need of a total of 497 million. what we're also projecting out of the 5 years?
Sure. So we have, and Michael Silvera, please correct me if I say anything mistakenly here, but if we look at beyond the 5 years, everything that's been included in our master plans, and not all that needs to be replaced today or even next year, but everything that we currently have on the books that needing replacement in our various infrastructure systems, as well as new amenities that have been identified, for example, the pedestrian overcrossings in the Metro specific plan. If we add all that together, and we could snap our fingers and say, hey, what's the perfect dollar amount we would love to have? It's a $485 million.
Right, 485 million. That's
yes,
magic number if we have all the funds, and let's do all the CIP that we projected, even out of the 5 years.
Yeah. Yes, maybe over the next 10 years.
And some of these projections are funded, some of them are unfunded. And most of the first year project are we have the funds, and for the next 4 years we're trying to look for sources. Is that how it works?
Correct, council member. And then there'll be additional sources in the future as well through possible infrastructure fees for the metro area, as well as possible future rate adjustments 5 years from now as well.
All right, so this council just approved the sewer and water rates increases, and I would like to tie that up a little bit as a form of explanation to the community, some reasons. And hopefully it alleviates the effect of the water and sewer rates increases that we will see this summer. So let me ask this. So with regards to what we would generate on the anticipated increases in July for both sewer and water, is there a limitation on what we can use the money for in regards to infrastructure? Or
yes, absolutely, council member. The money that for the water rates has to be used either operation, maintenance, and repair of our water system, so that residents can have safe and reliable drinking water. The funding that is generated by the sewer fees has to be used for the sanitary sewer system to make sure everybody can flush their toilets, and the system works, and we get everything over to the regional wastewater facility. So it can't be used for something that isn't directly related to those services.
right, and as you mentioned it, so we cannot use it to to fix the bridge in Calaveras, for example, because it's whatever we can generate on these rates needs to go back the infrastructure of these utilities, right?
Absolutely correct.
All right. So looking at the budget again, I'll relate back. So it looks like that some of the projects, and I forgot which slide was it, but I'll mention it. Maybe it will ring a bell on whoever will present the slide. So like the main A project, the sewer pipeline improvement project, the asset renewal replacement program, the resilience improvement project, and the fire flow pipeline improvements. These are the things, the infrastructures, utility infrastructures that would benefit from this water rate proceeds that we generate based on our increases. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yes.
Right. And the question is, so with all these improvements and projects, we did have studies and we came to a conclusion based on our consultants, our engineers, our staff, that these are necessary, either replacement, repair, or improvement of these infrastructures.
Correct.
Right. And if we delay any improvements, repairs, or on these infrastructures, it will be more costly to the city in the next few years.
Correct.
All right. So with the increase of the water rates, it at least, the very least, has reduced a possible non-funding of these infrastructures at least 72 million, because if the water rates and sewer rates increases, then there's going to be a delta of at least 107 million. But with the increases on these utility rates, now we're just looking at around 35 million from other sources to fund them.
Councilmember, I didn't quite follow the numbers there, so I don't want to say correct because I didn't quite follow.
Right, I did the math. So,
Yeah.
so the
I don't wanna
report
say
says,
correct, yeah.
right, sorry, Matt.
Sorry.
So I just did the math and did it reverse. So we're saying that should we have not increased the utility rates, there would be at least 107 million in unfunded.
Correct, Councilmember. In the current 5-year CIP, right now we've got $58 million in this next 5 years that are unfunded. If we did not approve that item earlier this evening, that I'd be talking about $107 million that is currently unfunded in the 5-year CIP.
Right. So with the increase, regardless of how painful it is to the community, it serves well because, as you said a while ago, we make sure that water delivery, safer water for consumption, and all of those sewer lines will better, the community as a whole. Right.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I think that explains it, and that ties up, with the council's decision to increase utility rates because it's needed. As these CIP projects were not just pulled from thin air, as the city, the staff, founding staff had made all its studies and make sure that these utility infrastructures will be taken care of. Otherwise, it will create something undesirable should we not act on it, and that's in exchange of, aside from other factors, the increase of utility, water and sewer rates. All right. So my next question goes to the prioritization of the CIPs. In a nutshell, would you please explain, at least to the public, how we prioritize our projection on the CIP dollars that we're going to spend in the next 5 years?
Sure, thank you. I'll take that briefly, but then Michael, I'll turn over to you. We've done a lot of master plans here, which is great the past few years in Milpitas, because it gives us a really good handle on what is the most important area to invest in the sewer, water, storm, and parks. Those master plans have been completed. And it provides a roadmap to make sure that we're not just investing in the flavor of the day or whoever's allowed us. We're really investing in what's the most important. So those are really the guide, as well as input from staff and the city council and the community as well on priorities. And I'll turn it back over to Michael to see what else you want to add about how we prioritize the investments of CIP.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, Councilmember Barbariero. Sorry about that. In November, we start a long process where we call for projects from all the departments, and we receive numerous projects. And we have to kind of have a criteria to kind of rank them or see the priority. As Matt says, we look at the master plan to see what the prioritization are. And also what we also take into account is some of the criteria that we use is the immediate health and safety. Are they grant funded? Are they council referrals? Do they improve operating efficiency? Are they legally mandated? Do they align with city council priorities? Who's managing the department? Is there enough resources to do that project? So we look at what's the project schedule and what's the funding sources and the impact to operating budget. So we look at various criteria, and then we go through kind of a ranking system and look at the funding sources to best decide where projects to move forward and what's the biggest needs for the city at any given CIP cycle.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for a nice presentation and the explanation. I hope that would further explain our program, our CIP program, and justify, the need and the spending and sourcing of those dollar amounts. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mayor.
I have a couple of questions since I don't see anyone else raise their hand. Thank you, Matt and Michael, for your presentation again. So one of the questions I wanted to ask, first, before I ask, I want to make a couple of comments. And I know that we want to do a lot of things in the city, but we just don't have the funding. But going back to Councilmember Barbadillo's question about prioritization, I know that I think what you guys do is you guys meet with each of the, if you can clarify this, what are the steps when you guys meet the department heads? How do you prioritize what projects are going to be prioritized? If you can answer that, City Manager.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Mayor. And I'll add a little bit to what Matt and Michael already talked about. So Michael, as the CIP manager, he kind of talks to department staff, looks at the needs, and looks at all of the things that they talked about: safety considerations, council community priorities, what's called out in the master plan, if there's, again, potential grant funding. He puts together a list of projects that the departments have also pointed out that they think is needed. And then we review it kind of with all of the departments and the city manager's office and look at what's available, what kind of funding is available, how important is the project. And of course, if there's any safety considerations or any legal mandates, those have to get prioritized. And again, we manage to look at the funding sources, the projects, and come up with a plan, which is what we bring forward to the council as part of the study session. So that was the February 28th study session we had. And again, throughout the year, as we're discussing with council different priorities, those are folded in, as Matt mentioned earlier. So we factor those in as well, council referrals into the CIP process. And so it is a pretty iterative process. As we hear more input from the council, go and make adjustments and then bring back to you kind of the updated proposed budget that you have in front of you today.
Thank you for that information. Another question I have. So right now we're going through the CPI. What? CIP, Capital Improvement Project. And then we will be going over the operational one in the future. So since lack of money is the biggest, that's the biggest obstacle. How do these two the CIP and the operational budget, how do they coincide? I mean, can you make decisions to the CIP when the operational budget is not yet put in place and kind of project? Can that be done?
Yes, and I'll go ahead and take this. We may have Matt and our Director of Finance, Lauren Lai, speak to it as well. So again, these go in parallel. Why we're bringing this to you early for adoption ahead of the operating budget is it helps us know which projects are approved, especially if they have operational impacts as well. So that's why the sequencing is done this way. There is a portion of the general fund that funds the CIP projects, but the CIP projects get funding from a lot of different sources. So there is a certain amount that we basically plan on transferring out of the general fund for the CIP every year. And it's something you see every year in your 5-year CIP plan. But it does help to have the CIP adopted. So we have some certainty on which projects are moving forward, how much of the general fund we're using, and the fact that we want to plan for any operational impacts in the operating budget.
Okay, thank you for that. And since you can't, so can you use CIP monies for personnel? Or is it only for CIP?
It depends on the funding source. So if the funding source is restricted, for example, if it's coming from a grant that's specifically for like a street project or a park project, then it cannot be used. As I mentioned, we do have a portion of the general fund. It's called General Government CIP, which funds CIP projects. So council could make a decision to move that money out, but most of the other funding sources are restricted.
And can you tell me how much we have in our balance on the general fund right now? In the CIP?
Yes, and I'll look to Michael or Director Lai for the exact amount. And the proposed, how much are we using from the general gov CIP?
It's in the agenda report, Michael. You have it in one of your slides.
So
We call the slide presentation. We could call the slide presentation back up if needed, but Michael, do you? There's
so
you
the
got it?
available funding of the general CIP is, I believe, 6.1, and we are requesting $4.4 million to fund.
Sorry, if we go to slide 16, please. Go ahead, Mike.
Excuse me.
Or a slide before this.
Slide 14.
Yeah, 14. Thank you. There we go.
So we're requesting 4.4 million, 4.459 million from the government's general CIP to fund quite a few projects in the community. And I believe what's available, the overall fund is roughly about $6 million. Reserved for future projects, I believe.
Okay. So there is, at least there is some potential funding for projects. And my last question, so I can let my colleagues have some questions, is on the let me see what was. So on the CIP, if, for example, way back last year or 2 years ago, we've been putting monies into the softball park, and I know that the parks is one of our priorities. So I'm wondering why you didn't put money in there, because I know it's an ongoing project, and that's one question. And the other question is, do you involve, when you choose these projects, do you involve the economic potential for economic revenues? For example, Main Street, you would have, if you revitalize that certain portion, and I noticed here it said all the way to Great Mall, but that's not true. We're just asking for the 3 blocks. So don't you factor that in, that, okay, let's prioritize projects that are going to create revenue? So I don't see that, or maybe I'm looking at it wrong. If you
Thank
can.
you,
Michael, can I ask the presentation be taken down for a moment? Go ahead, Michael, and ask the question.
I'll go ahead and respond to your first question there, Mayor Montano. Cardozo Park, yes, it was funded last year for 800,000. That was for us to get started with the design, which we're currently working on obtaining a consultant to start the conceptual design and also the community outreach with the CEQA. So that's going to take some time for us to kind of figure out the ultimate cost and the ultimate direction of the Cardozo softball fields.
Can I add to that, Michael? That
go ahead.
Cardozo and Sandalwood that we talked about earlier. So Sandalwood is the full renovation is already designed, and Cardozo, the design phase is funded. For both of them, we don't have the funding identified for the construction phase, but we have been talking to our about potential grants tomorrow. There's a meeting to talk about potential park grants, and both of those are high on our list to try and seek state funding from grants for. So, and then on economic development, we definitely factor that in. If there's a investment where we can invest a certain amount of dollars and it'll ultimately generate even more, either through fee revenue and parks and recreation or through economic development, we absolutely factor that in, Mayor. That's a great point.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, regarding the parks, a matter of fact, I think you were in the meeting when I mentioned that we need to start asking sponsors in, when we have the baseball fields, when I go to other cities and they have the banners of businesses that are sponsoring. So we need to start generating some of that money to help offset the cost. Because I know that we need to start thinking about what other ways can we bring in revenues to help with these projects. So I'll end there, and then I'll see if my other council members would like to speak. Thank you. Anthony?
Yes, thank you. Can you please
Council Member Fan, sorry.
No worries. Can you please pull up the slide on the city council referrals?
Councilmember, is there a specific slide you would like to go to?
Yes, it's the city attorney's office.
Okay. We'll keep going. It's, next one. There we go.
So as I recall from the study session, it wasn't just an inquiry, it was a consensus that this budget item would not be moving forward. So why is it being recommended?
Sure.
In my 6 years in office, I have never experienced a situation where council has given a recommendation and staff moves forward with a recommendation that is opposite of what we decided on. And for the record, I actually I actually supported the item at the time. But I want to know where is that disconnect? What happened?
Sure.
You can please speak to that, City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Fan, for the question. So as we understood it, the direction was, yes, move forward, but only after you have vetted if there's other options in City Hall, and kind of look at, go back, staff, walk the space, and if there's other options, if you can identify other options, then do not proceed with this. So we did do that. And what we're bringing to you today is, as we looked at the spaces and the needs for the offices, we couldn't really find any other space, barring removing some of the staff who are already in offices that we didn't think that was an option we wanted to use given the impact on staff morale in those offices. So that's why you see the recommendation before you today. We're happy to take any other direction council would like to give on this item.
I think staff has misinterpreted the council direction. And I'm happy for council to provide that clarification again. But it was a 4-1 consensus against moving forward with this. So I for one would like to make a motion to not move forward with this item in the CIP for this fiscal year. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion to delete this item, and then there's a second by Councilmember Han Lin. So now we will go to the vote. Okay, well, here's a clarification from Vice Mayor. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask Acting City Manager, Ms. Kantak, what was the vote on that when we discussed it? Because I remember I didn't vote for it. I don't know, maybe I didn't vote for it, but I asked for other alternatives to look into.
And thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't want to misspeak, so I will see if the city clerk can
Yes,
pull up
please.
minutes of
Can
that session.
Can you please call how did we vote on that one, please?
Hi, City Clerk, because I have some draft minutes in my that I found. If you're able to find it quickly, I can read it.
Please, Deputy City Manager.
Sure, thank you. So I'm looking at the draft minutes from the meeting. I don't have a copy of the final minutes, but it's the draft, and I'm pretty sure this didn't change afterwards. So the paragraph is Vice Mayor Chua expressed concern with supporting funding due to the number of unused cubicles on the third floor. She also suggested dual-use cubicles for teams that alternate work from home days. City Attorney indicated that much of the work completed by most of the City Attorney's office is considered privileged and required to be kept confidential. Vice Mayor Chua, she asked if staff had looked into reassigning other offices. Councilmember Barbadillo suggested using other offices at City Hall. Councilmember Fawn supported the project. After discussion, council asked staff to look at existing space availability and if there is no availability to bring forward with the budget. So that.
Well, was there a vote?
I don't see a vote on that one in the notes. So.
That was taken by consensus, Vice Mayor.
I see. Okay. You have a question? Thank you, Mayor.
So my question is if we should still vote on this. Councilmember Barbadillo.
Right. So it's been a while. But, so the direction was it's obvious from the conversations that we had, go check if there's available spaces. And it seems that the minute says go forward the budget, but is this the first time that you're saying that there's no available room since the time that we tried to vote for it? I mean, the direction was just look for spaces. So is this tonight that staff is reporting that you didn't find any?
Correct, Councilman.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. So this is the first time we're coming back to you with this item. That was the study session, and we're coming back to you with the updated proposed.
So wouldn't have been prudent that before we put it in the agenda, you told us, hey, this is the result of what you asked us before. We're moving tonight, maybe yesterday or the other day.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Again, I think we interpreted it as that we would look for possibilities, and if not, we would include it in the proposed budget. But absolutely, we could have let you all know ahead of time. So we will do that next time.
You're done? Okay.
Yeah, I remember that discussion that we had. I even offered my office. It's just to emphasize the thoughts of the council at the time that we're trying to see if we can save resources and then look for spaces. So yeah, if that's misinterpreted, then we'll decide. We'll decide tonight. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else?
Mayor, can we please restate the motion again? Thank you.
My motion is to delete this item from the from this CIP budget.
May I clarify whether that motion would be to then approve the CIP budget otherwise?
Mayor, I'm since city attorney said it's the motion approving the CIP. I'm not ready to do that, but we can make the motion of Councilmember Fan as an amendment, if that's okay later on. It's not. Right, got it. It's an amendment to the CIP. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. So
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and continue the
Mayor,
vote.
yeah, discussion. We're still at discussion. I haven't. Okay. Am I, okay. I have a question to the acting city manager, Antac. If we approve this CIP tonight, what is the when, because we're gonna go over in a couple weeks or next week, I think, is the operational budget, or a couple weeks from. Can we, based on the operational budget, staffing and everything else, can we, if we approve this CIP, can we go back and make an amendment to it based on the outcome of the operational discussion?
Yes, Vice Mayor Chua, thank you for the question. You should be able to make an adjustment. You can always do that as a council anytime. What we can do is, so May 9th is the operating budget study session. Based on that, if you had some direction for change to the CIP, then we can look at doing that. Eventually, when you adopt the budget, you're kind of adopting the entire budget, operating and CIP. And I will just make sure if there's any kind of logistical issues, I'll just see if Deputy City Manager or CIP Manager want to add anything to that, or Director Lai.
No, I think I don't need to add anything to what you said, Ashwini. Our City Manager Kantak.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, my next question is, you mentioned that the general fund CIP, we have 6.1 million, and out of that, you're asking 4.2 million for the CIP tonight, correct?
It's actually an additional. So we have some monies in the general gov CIP. And this is in the proposed, there is about 4 million. I don't know the exact number,
Right.
but yes, about that general gov CIP.
Okay, as you mentioned as well, that there are different sources of funding for the CIP. My question is, do we know how much general fund are we putting into the CIP for the 23-24?
Yes, we do. And if we wanted to bring up the slides again, we could. Would you like to see the
Yes,
slide?
please.
Yeah, if we could have the slide up, please. So you actually see, there's a general fund portion and then there's a general gov CIP. Though both of those are released general fund.
So if I add 2.4 and 4.459, that's coming out of the general fund?
Yes, so the 2.4, the one caveat is it's coming from certain reserves within the general fund, which are for specific purposes like facilities and technology. So they are meant for specific purposes. The 4.45 is coming from the general fund, transferring into the general gov CIP.
Okay, that makes sense. Can you, I know there's another slide. Can you just get the slide for the 4.039, please? The community one.
I think you want to know what projects are funded.
Yes, please.
Yes, so if we can look at what's funded by the general gov CIP, community projects.
The reason why I'm asking that is because it's related to the operational funding, because that's where you're getting your CIP projects from.
Go to slide 43, please.
Councilmember,
43.
you want to go through the list of, would you like to see the actual list of projects?
I just want to see briefly the details.
Sure.
Yes,
Of that
slide
4.0.
43. Okay. Go
Where are we funding?
go to 43.
general
So Vice Mayor Chua, there's roughly about 18 projects in the community category that funds majority that is funded by general government CIP. So they're in the description is the list of projects, and then the funding source all the way to the far right is the funding source.
Okay.
And then on the
anything that has, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Michael.
and then on the next slide is another list of newer projects that are also have a list of general government CIP. So there's two slides
Right.
with
Got it.
with a bunch of projects there.
Okay. Can you go back to the prior one, please? 43. I didn't know you can fund the HRIS under sewer and water funding. How did that happen?
Because it serves the utility as well. So it's part of the support. Otherwise, you would have a separate system for the utilities.
Didn't we have a funding for that from ARPA?
I can speak to that a little bit if you'd like. ARPA is funding the majority of HRIS, but we estimate it may cost more than that. Of the HRIS, we have a very modest amount. I think it's $150,000 earmarked in future years. If we move forward with the utility billing system, if we do not move forward with the utility billing system, we certainly will not be using either water or the sewer fund.
Because because you asked for the enterprise software of 1.8 million. And then again, part of that is the HRIS module. And now we're adding another 100,000. That would make me think that it's 1.9 you're asking. So am I correct, Ms. Lai?
I'm not following. Can you repeat what the
At
calculation pertains
the
to?
budget session, I know I was the only one who said no for the enterprise system. And it was $1.8 million. And now there is this earmark for another 100,000 for HRIS. Why is that?
The project comes from multiple funding sources because, as Ashwini mentioned, there's different components of it, and there's different ways of being able to fund the project. The $1.8 million is the general fund portion that comes from the technology reserve from the general fund. $150,000, should we move forward with utility billing, would come from sewer and water combined.
So I would think if you have another 100,000 from the sewer and water funding, I would think that it should be a minus. It would be like 1.7 remaining.
Very good point. We're in the process of putting together the RFP, hoping to release in May. We will get proposals back. That will calibrate the estimates in the budget. Until then, these are all estimates at this time. I think for sure we've heard your concerns, and we have the same concerns. We're very judicious about the sewer and water funds, but until we get the bids back, these are really just estimates without an understanding of the market pricing. So we'll know more in the next 6 months, and we'll certainly share that with the council.
And Vice Mayor, I want to make one clarification to Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, but this 100,000, that's already existing, already approved funding from last year's CIP. On the next page, the next slide with the bold items, the 1.8, that's new funding being requested in this year's CIP, correct, Michael?
No. Let me correct, go back one slide. So for human resource information system, there's a request from 100,000 from the sewer and water fund to fund this project.
Okay. All right, thanks. That
Okay. Can you go to the next slide, please? So if you're asking 100,000 from the sewer fund, I would make an amendment to make the enterprise system 1.750 from the general fund. And let's get all the RFPs or the RFQs before we start adding money to it. So that's my amendment. The new one, the second one should be 1.750. No more additions until we use this one. That's one. Okay. I would like to thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lai.
Sure,
and
no problem.
Michael. That's it. Okay. My next question, can we go back to the pickleball? You gave us several options. Okay. 200, Deputy City Manager, can you please add color to this just briefly?
Sure. Thank you. We actually had a vendor go out in February prior to the study session and take a look at the the courts at Hall Park. And I want to be really clear, at this time, we're not formally recommending converting Hall Park, but that is the primary pickleball facility that we have. And so if we do end up converting tennis courts to pickleball, it would likely be at Hall Park. And so we had a vendor go take a look at it and got cost estimates, and then had our professional staff, Public Works Director DiRenzo, and then Michael Silvera from our CIP manager take a look at that as well. And that's how we came up with the $200,000 estimate. If we were to take Hall Park and Hall Park and permanently convert the entire thing to pickleball, to pickleball courts, and no more tennis. And so there's various options that we could do as well. If we only converted half of Hall Park as an example to pickleball, the cost would be less. It may not be $100,000, but it could be $150,000. So backing up a little bit, is currently in the CIP we have in front of you, if you just approved it without any changes, there's no additional money right now for pickleball. However, there are various options. We could earmark money in a reserve for pickleball, 200,000 as an example. And then at a future meeting, we could have a discussion specifically on pickleball, and then you could provide your direction based on the community outreach that we've been doing. You could provide your direction on how to proceed with that reserve. Or we could put half the money away to start building for something, and maybe if we just put half that money away, we could do something smaller than full conversion of the entire courts. Or we could take no action at this time, and we could come back to you at a future time when the survey is completed. And as I mentioned before, there may or may not be funding available at that time based on other decisions that are being made.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. As everybody understands that it's very hard sitting here making decisions for we have such a limited budget, and we want to address all our constituents. And my recommendation is the third option, make 100,000 on reserve pending final site selection at future council meeting. So maybe with the help of the pickleball community, look into potentially combining outside funding. So that's where I'm coming from on this one. And my last question is, Matt, I gave a list of potential CIPs. Do you have any comments on those? The list that I gave a week or so ago.
I apologize, Vice Mayor. I'm not.
I can respond. So Deputy City Manager Kano, I think a lot of those projects are really maintenance and repair type of projects. So what we have in the CIP are different appropriations for kind of facilities repairs. So we would have to look at see what's planned and how much funding there is available. And we can follow up with that information. But we do have ongoing funding sources for facility repairs in the CIP.
You. I just want to make sure that those projects or maintenance are being addressed. That said, if that's okay for my colleagues, I would like to move to approve the CIP.
So there is a motion on the floor right now.
Oh, there is? So
you could, I apologize. You can ask the motion in a second to make a friendly amendment. You could make a substitute motion. Or you could vote on the motion that's on the floor and then make a follow-up motion.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to thank the team for the presentation, and I've sat in the CIP study session, and all these numbers and all these slides were presented and explained to us very thoroughly, and lots of questions were asked at the February 28, 2023. I'm a little bit surprised when when all of us are asking the same question again, and it makes it like this is the first time we looked at this budget. But anyway, I do remember the city attorney's office. Evelyn proposed to go and take a look at on the third floor. I voted no on that, not voted, but I said I didn't support that. And then for the pickleball, we were going to do a survey, or at least to find a home for the pickleball, and the $200,000 are going to be there and set aside for that. So I just want to thank staff again for the time, with all of us asking you the same question again. And I wanted to go back to the HRIS, the software. Did we not, at the study session on February 28, support 1.850 to have the director, the finance director, to go ahead and go with that new software? And is it correct, Vice Mayor, that I just heard you made the amendment to reduce the amount for that particular item?
We can work on this different ways, but one way is not to touch the sewer and sewer fund. And if you touch the sewer fund, then reduce the amount of 1.850 from the general fund, correct? So what I'm saying is either you eliminate that 100,000 and leave the 1.850. You can do it either way. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay. They're asking for 100,000 from the sewer fund to add to the 1.850. What I'm saying is delete that 100,000. No more additions to 1.850. Or go ahead and add that 100,000 and reduce the 1.850 to 1.750. So I think I'd rather leave like Council Member Lynn said. I would just leave the 1.850 and not add another 100,000 to it. That makes sense?
City Manager, speak on that item.
Yes, sure. So yes, we can leave the 1.850 amount. At this point, we can hold off on the water and sewer one. As Director Lai said, we're looking to see, we're still evaluating if we're going to include the utility billing system. If we do, and we need additional funds anyway, we will be coming to council for the contract award. So at that point, if we need additional funding, we can bring that forward.
I think that's better, but because at that time you already have the feedback from the RFPs and RFQs that you will send out. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Lynn.
Well, I realized that my motion would free up the city with an additional 450,000 in funds. So I think that we should have some discussion on where those funds could potentially go. And having taken a look at outstanding unfunded CIP projects for this fiscal year, I see that the city building roof repairs actually costs like 450,000. So if that's a potential area that we can devote funding to, but I want to leave that open to suggestions from you guys where you'd like to see that funding go.
Let's have the city manager speak on that. Thank you.
Yes, we do have a lot more needs than we have funding. We also have needs on all our parks. So there's that, there's facilities. So it's going to be up to council. If you'd like us to bring something forward as part of the operating budget discussion, we could do that as well, just as a separate item. Or we could take direction from you today. But again, lots of needs. So we're happy to make recommendations on that.
Thank you, Mayor. I think not to confuse and not to drag this on much longer, the motion is out there with the item of city attorney's office removed for this. And future items could be discussed at a later meeting, not tonight, so that we can move on with our agenda. Because this item tonight is asking for the approval of this CIP. So I think your motion stands, Anthony, and I seconded, so we can move on with this.
I can either do this two ways, but I'm just gonna piggyback on Councilmember Fan's motion. The motion is to approve the CIP with that amendment stated by Councilmember Fan and seconded by Councilmember Lin, with my amendment on removing the HRIS 100,000 from the sewer fund and the pickleball recommendation number 3. I think that's it. Anything else did I miss? No? Okay, that's my motion. Oh, wait, Councilmember.
Well, I heard a possible reallocation of the 450. Is that part of the motion? No, reallocation for future discussion. That's part of the motion. Well, if it's not, that's my friendly second amendment, if you can say that.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to please restate the entire motion for the record.
Well, so I believe Vice Mayor Chua made a friendly amendment. That friendly amendment would then have to be accepted by the person who motioned and the second.
Yes, the motion is accepted. The amendment is accepted, as well as Councilman Barbadillos. So let me just repeat the motion then. The motion is to adopt the CIP with the removal of the $450,000 recommendation in funding for renovations to the city attorney's office, with that funding to be discussed at a later date, with the HRIS $100,000 to be removed from the water and sewage funds, and to proceed with the pickleball option 3. That's the motion.
Second.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's go for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So my vote is not based on a misinterpretation of council directions. My vote is fully objective on the amendments, additional amendments to the CIP approval. So I go and I am a yes to Council Member Fan's motion.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Okay, unanimous. Thank you. So now we're going to go to the next item, which is, actually, I have you,
Yes.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor.
Discuss that
Public hearing, item 15. Conduct a public hearing to discuss substantial amendment to the consolidated plan, the allocations for fiscal year 2023-24 Community Development Block Grant, and the corresponding annual action plan. And we have our Economic Development Director, Alex Andrade, and our Housing and Neighborhood Services Administrator, Robert Musalam, making the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. On behalf of the housing team, we're very pleased tonight to present on the Community Development Block Grant Program funding allocations. This is the first of 2 meetings. So just as a reminder, there's actually no action required by the City Council tonight. Housing staff is here to solicit feedback and guidance on the CDBG annual action plan and a substantial amendment to the consolidated plan. After you provide guidance to staff this evening, we'll return on May 2nd, which will be our second public hearing, with the final CDBG allocations for your approval. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Robert Musalam, our Housing and Neighborhood Services Administrator, to provide the presentation. Thank you. Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you, Alex. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and City of Milpitas residents. If we can move to the next slide, please. I'm going to begin this presentation with a brief background on CDBG. Thank you. The Community Development Block Grant Program, or CDBG, is a grant program administered by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD. Through the federal budget, we receive a yearly allocation of funding to allocate to activities that service our community. The final funding allocated from HUD for the next fiscal year is $647,982. Each of the activities must benefit one of the following national objectives. Number 1, they must benefit low and moderate income persons. Number 2, they must eliminate or prevent slums or blight. Or 3, they must respond to a natural disaster. Next slide, please. So HUD has a pretty rigorous timeline that we must adhere to. On display is the CDBG timeline of events to allocate the upcoming fiscal year funding allocation. Starting in December of 2022, staff alerted the known CDBG interested parties, that's organizations and the public that have demonstrated an interest in CDBG, to alert them that the application window is opening on January 16th and will be closing on February 17th. On February 27th, HUD announced our funding allocations, and I'll discuss how this data has impacted and truncated our timeline shortly. On March 1st, staff held a publicly noticed community meeting at the Community Advisory Commission meeting. Here, we invite prospective applicants to provide comment as to why their applications should be considered for funding, and narratives from the commission have also been included and will be discussed on a later slide. Today is April 18th, our first of 2 public hearings. As is required by HUD, the city must hold 2 public hearings each year to discuss and approve the annual action plan. On May 2nd, the city will hold a second public hearing and will approve the final allocations for the upcoming fiscal year. As I mentioned earlier, our timeline has been truncated due to the allocations being released so early. Typically, the deadline to submit our annual action plan can vary from late June to early August. However, due to the allocations being released so early, we are required to submit our annual action plan 45 days before the start of our fiscal year. So this year, our deadline is May 15th. To remain in compliance and submit our plan on time, we will hold 2 public hearings on back-to-back city council meetings. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned above, one of the national objectives is to benefit low and moderate income persons. So I just wanted to display this table showing you a quick overview of the income limits of households that qualify to benefit from CDBG funding. Next slide, please. Okay, some high-level policies that we must adhere to. So HUD allows a maximum of 15% of the total funds for public services, 65% of the total grant allocation for capital projects, and 20% of the total grant allocation for planning administration. So within that $647,982, only 15% can go to public services, as I said, 65% for capital, and 20% to planning and administration. There is no cap on economic development activities. We do require a minimum of $5,000 to be funded for each activity, and all awarded funds must directly service Milpitas residents and or micro enterprises. Next slide, please. The city received 19 applications from 18 different organizations. We received over $1.1 million in requests, 4 capital applications, 2 economic development applications, 12 public service applications, and 1 program administration application. Next slide, please. So this table displays a visual of our total allocation versus the amounts requested, and also displays that data across the different service buckets of funding within their appropriate caps. So as mentioned earlier, our total allocation for this fiscal year is $647,982. However, we received almost close to $1.2 million in funding requests. For public services, the city can only allocate $97,197.30, and yet we received almost $200,000 more in requests than what we can allocate. Our program administration bucket is funded adequately. However, for capital projects, we can only allocate $421,188.30, and we received almost $200,000 more in requests than what we can allocate. And so for council's knowledge, we did receive $196,000 in economic development requests. So as you can see, we simply do not have enough funding to fully fund all of the applications, and our recommendations will reflect that. Next slide, please. Before we get to that, though, we just wanted to talk a little bit about how staff goes about determining our funding recommendation for council. So first, staff uses the consolidated plan, which has already captured the city council's goals on how CDBG funds should be used. Then we look at, does the activity meet one of these goals? We then progress through the availability of funding. Do we have enough funding to fund this activity? Are we serving this particular area already? Are there duplication of services? Has this applicant received CDBG funding before? If so, how much? How well did they perform with those funds? Does the city have experience with the applicant? Would they or are they a good partner for the staff to work with? And finally, is the activity eligible and meet a national objective? And after we've reviewed all of the applications, we can then attempt to make our recommendations. Next slide, please. So here are our recommendations for public services. So I'll start by just reading the organization name, a little bit about their description, and kind of going from left to right on the table. Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County requests $15,000 to assist 124 residents in long-term care. Staff is proposing funding the agency $14,000. Child Advocates of Silicon Valley requests $14,000 to provide 4 youths a court-appointed special advocate. Staff is proposing funding the agency $14,000. Next Door Solutions Domestic Violence requests $25,000 to provide supportive services for 45 survivors of domestic violence. Staff is proposing funding the agency $14,563.65. Senior Adults Legal Assistance requests $12,000 to assist 20 seniors with free legal services at the Bar Belize Senior Center. Staff proposes funding the agency $12,000. Silicon Valley Independent Living Center requests $13,070 to provide housing and supportive services for 44 individuals with disabilities or older adults. Staff proposes funding the agency the full $13,070. Next slide, please. YWCA, it requests $30,530 to provide support services for 52 survivors of domestic violence. Staff proposes funding the agency $14,563.65. Pragnia requests $75,000 to provide support to 300 individuals with developmental and intellectual disabilities. Staff proposes funding the agency $10,000. And Lighthouse of Hope requests $5,000 to provide counseling and psychological support services to 23 residents. Staff proposes funding the agency $5,000. Just a quick note, the amount of residents served will be adjusted to reflect the funding allocated. So some of these numbers are subject to change. Next slide, please. And so this slide provides a visual breakdown of funding across the different public service areas. So with the proposed funding, 30% of the proposed public services allocation will be allocated towards domestic violence prevention, 28.9% towards community funding or general public services, 26.8% will be allocated towards seniors, and 14.4% will be allocated towards children and youth. Next slide, please. And now our recommendations for capital projects. Life Moves requests $150,000 to make improvements to the Julian Street Inn shelter. Staff proposes funding the agency $100,000. Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley requests $258,973.95 to provide critical home repairs and accessibility modifications for low-income homeowners. Staff is proposing funding the agency $199,999. Recently, HUD has established enhanced reporting requirements for projects receiving $200,000 or more. So to minimize risk of an audit, staff is proposing the $199,999. Terrace Gardens has two applications. Terrace Gardens requests $5,500 to replace the original community room trellises. Staff proposes funding the agency the $5,500. And also Terrace Gardens is requesting $205,840 to repair the roofs of their community building and G buildings. Staff is proposing funding the agency $100,689.30. Next slide, please. This slide provides a visual of the funding across the different capital project service areas. With this proposed funding, 26.1% will be allocated towards affordable housing rental rehabilitation, 24.6% will be allocated towards public improvements, and 49.2% will be allocated towards maintaining and preserving housing. Next slide, please. Okay, and lastly, our slide of the economic development and program administration funding. The Filipino American Chamber of Commerce requests $16,000 to aid 10 micro enterprises in Milpitas. Staff proposes funding the agency $15,000. Project Sentinel requests $59,104 to assist 320 Milpitas residents with fair housing education, and staff is proposing the full funding $59,104. And just a quick note, per HUD guidelines, fair housing work, as Project Sentinel does on behalf of the city, can be allocated from program administration. The remaining balance of the program administration goes towards the city to offset the cost of staff time in administering the CDBG program. Next slide, please. So the following are the applications we are not recommending for funding. And once I read through them afterwards, I'll just give you a little discussion point on each. India Community Center requests $25,000 to provide a variety of activities to about 50 Milpitas seniors. Sourcewise Meals on Wheels requested $39,000 to provide meals to 20 seniors. The Health Trust requested $40,640 to provide meals to 20 seniors. Love Never Fails requested $25,000 to provide 5 survivors of human trafficking and no or low income residents to technology and certification training. And We Care requested $180,000 to provide technical assistance and business support to 459 childcare providers. So just a quick note on why we're not recommending funding. For India Community Center, SourceWise and the Health Trust, the city believes that there is a duplication of services related to meal services to seniors. The city senior center currently provides meal support to seniors. For Love Never Fails and We Care, these are new CDBG applicants to the city. Love Never Fails applied as an economic development activity, but it was determined in consultation with our HUD representative that their activity is actually a public service. And given our limitations with public service cap, we simply could not allocate them any funding. We Care requested a high amount relative to our total grant, and after further discussion with them, it was determined that they would require a minimum amount of grant funding that the cities could not allocate. Next slide, please. Some other considerations for council for funding. As discussed earlier, staff held a public meeting at the March 1st CAC meeting. The CAC would like to see more funding allocated to support public services, such as supporting individuals with developmental disabilities, mental health, domestic violence, and support for seniors, and other services such as further assistance for those experiencing homelessness or are at risk of homelessness that should be considered as well. Next slide, please. So as the council considers whether to allocate funding, it should consider whether the city has experience with the applicant, whether the activities are eligible or are placed within the correct service bucket, ensuring that we allocate an appropriate amount across the applicant pool, and balancing a fair amount of services rendered while also considering the effect of any funding reductions on any of the activities. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're now going to pivot a bit since we also need the council to consider a substantial amendment to our consolidated plan. I mentioned the consolidated plan briefly earlier, but to give more detail, a consolidated plan is a 3 to 5 year plan on how the city intends to allocate HUD's yearly CDBG allocation. So each year through the annual action plan process, we demonstrate how we plan to accomplish the goals set out in the consolidated plan. When something about the plan changes, we need to amend that document to reflect the change. Our current plan was adopted in June of 2022 and is in effect until 2025. Changes such as a change in priorities or how much funding is to be distributed for certain activities is one reason for a substantial amendment, or another change like using new funds from program income that we didn't know we'd have, which is what the city will need to do and why we're bringing this item before you. So I'll cover our home rehab loan program in more detail in the next slide, but just so you know, our current program is not covered in the current iteration of the consolidated plan, and recently $594,882.86 in program income was paid back to the city, and it must be reallocated, which will require an amendment to the consolidated plan. Next slide, please. So we thought it'd be important to bring you a little background on the home rehab loan program. It was established over 20 years ago. It provides low interest rate loans to very low and low income property owners. To secure the city's loans, we place liens on each property to ensure that the city gets paid back if the property is ever sold. The funding bucket that these funds reside in is what's called a revolving loan fund. Revolving loan funds have very, very, very specific uses, such as a home rehab loan program. And this rehab loan program is already a council and HUD approved activity, which is very beneficial to the city. So when money is paid back into the revolving loan fund, that is what is called program income. And recent repayments, again, have generated that $594,882.86 in program income. And per HUD guidelines, we must reallocate this program income as soon as possible. So staff is proposing proposing a substantial amendment to the consolidated plan to continue funding the home rehab loan program. Next slide, please. Okay, some quick next steps. On May 2nd, City Council will have public hearing number 2 to finalize the annual action plan and the amendments to the consolidated plan. By May 15th, the city must submit its annual action plan to HUD. And on July 1st, our fiscal and program year begins, and the subgrantees that you allocate the funds to can start their service delivery with these funds. Next slide, please. Our fiscal impact, there's no fiscal impact associated with this item to conduct a public hearing to discuss and provide input beyond staff time. And one last slide, I believe, is our recommendations. Next slide, please. Our recommendations: open the public hearing, hear testimony, then move to close the public hearing. Number 2, provide direction to staff on the allocation amounts for each application. And 3, consider a substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2022-2025 consolidated plan and to allow the relaunch of the home rehab loan program. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Alex. It was a great presentation. Let me open it up to the public. Open the public hearing for comments.
We have 2 speaker cards. The first one is Teresa Johnson, followed by Marina Sanchez, and then we also have several hands raised in Zoom.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Teresa Johnson. Been here many times. I'm the director of Meals on Wheels at the Health Trust. And I wanted to just thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening and for your past support for our Meals on Wheels program. We are not recommended for funding, CBDG funding this year, which is the first time in way over a decade that I can remember. We do recognize, however, the difficulty that the staff and the commission had with the requests from the community. And we do commend the staff and the commission for the hard work that they did and the difficult decisions they had to make. The staff was very kind to contact us and let us know what was happening. And so we really appreciate Robert and his staff. In fiscal year 2024, we will have no dedicated funding for meals, home delivered meals for City of Milpitas residents. We will have no city funding nor any county funding for those meals. Last year in FY22, we served 11,786 home delivered meals to seniors in Milpitas. That amounted to about 42 seniors. The cost to the Health Trust to provide that program was just over $129,000. We received a $20,000 grant from Milpitas last year, and we were grateful for the partnership. This year, we received $15,000 from the city through CBDG funds, and we expect to serve about the same amount of meals, close to 12,000, serving 40 to 50 residents home delivered meals. This year, I wanted to just let you know that it is important to us that we receive support from the local community. We fundraise for our entire Meals on Wheels program, which is about $3.1 million. And it is helpful for us that we can tell our individual donors, our foundations, our corporations, and other government funding that we do receive support from the local community and the local government. It's my understanding that this year there is no funding in your CBDG staff recommendations for home delivered meals. I want you to understand that the clients that we serve in Milpitas, the seniors, are not able to go to a congregate site to receive their meals, such as the senior center. They don't have the ability to go to a food bank.
Thank you very much. Time's up.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Marina Sanchez.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Montano. Good evening, everyone. My name is Marina Sanchez. I'm the property manager at Terrace Gardens Senior Housing. We're right across the street on Beresford Court. We're entering our 34th year in service where we provide affordable housing to 148 units and approximately 184 Milpitas senior residents. The roofs to our community building and our G buildings are in great need of replacing, and we are requesting funds due to the high cost of such projects. Terrace Gardens was designed to provide affordable housing for seniors, and our property was constructed several decades ago in 1989. Over time, the roof of a building deteriorates due to weather conditions, which can result in leaks, mold growth, and other issues that can compromise the safety and well-being of our residents. These situations have actually been magnified with our recent influx of rainy weather and storms, as we are currently experiencing and needing to fix these unfortunate issues now in both our community building and our G building. A new roof in these two buildings can help ensure that they remain structurally sound and provide a comfortable and safe living environment for our residents. However, the cost of replacing both roofs is extremely expensive for Terrace Gardens, which is why CDBG funds may be necessary to cover the cost of such a large-scale project. We are requesting $205,840 for materials only for this project, and we appreciate your consideration. As for our community room trellis project, we're requesting funds to replace the building wood trellis, as the original trellis is an original fixture to our property built in 1989. Throughout the 34 years that Terrace Gardens has been in operation, the community room trellis has naturally had its fair share of wear and tear and is in great need of repair or replacement in order to remain structurally sound. Our trellis and surrounding area provides outside shaded area for our residents and their families to gather for social gatherings, rest and relaxation. And it also provides an outdoors area for our staff to provide workshops and classes for our residents right outside of our community room. We hope that you will also consider this request. We're requesting $5,500 for materials only. Thank you. I appreciate all of your consideration tonight.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public? If not, we can go to Zoom.
We have 4 hands raised right now in Zoom. The first is going to be Sherry Burns.
Welcome, Sherry.
Good evening, Mayor Montano and council members and city staff. My name is Sherry Burns, and I'm the executive director at Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. As you know, SVLC provides services, support, and advocacy for older adults and people with disabilities who live in Santa Clara County, and we are very grateful for the city's past and current support of our housing services program for older adults and residents with all types of disabilities. We're also very thankful for our partnership to provide emergency rent assistance to struggling families through the FEMA Emergency Food and Shelter Program partnership we have with the city. Through our CDBG funded housing program, we are able to assist 44 very low income Milpitas residents with disabilities with increasing their knowledge about affordable, accessible housing opportunities, how to increase their credit scores, how to apply for wait lists and apartment openings, and with understanding tenant and landlord laws and rights so that they can obtain a place to call home and stay successfully housed. Through our FEMA partnership, we've been able to help aged and disabled Milpitas families remain housed and avoid homelessness by providing one-time rent assistance when they are facing an unforeseen emergency situation, such as a temporary job loss or large medical bill. This past year, SVLC assisted 32 Milpitas families, totaling 64 residents, with being able to stay in their homes through the FEMA Emergency Food and Shelter Program. We tremendously appreciate the city's support of our housing program and its investment in supporting lower income, older, and disabled residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening.
Thank you. Next.
The next speaker is Georgia Basile.
Welcome, Georgia.
Good evening. Georgia Basile, Directing Attorney of Senior Adults Legal Assistance, or SALA, as you know us. We are a nonprofit law office that provides free legal services to Milpitas residents 62 or older, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. 82% of the Milpitas seniors we served last year were very low income. 36% were 75 or older, and 50% had a disability. Most of our clients rely primarily on public benefits to meet basic needs, and due to their low-income status, they cannot afford a private attorney. We provide our services at appointments at Barbara Lee Senior Center and by phone for clients that cannot leave their homes or with emergencies that cannot wait for a senior center appointment. Our current funding with the city supports expanded availability of our services to your senior residents, and we thank you very much. We address a range of legal matters impacting our clients' daily lives. For example, we assist with legal problems involving public benefits our clients rely on to meet basic needs such as Social Security, SSI, Medicare, and Medi-Cal. We assist clients that are tenants that are worried about eviction, clients that need reasonable accommodations to remain in their housing, or clients whose housing is otherwise in jeopardy. We assist clients that need to do basic legal planning for the future to help them age in place by appointing someone to step in and make decisions when they can no longer do so. And regrettably, we continue to see many clients that are victims of elder abuse, physical and financial, usually by someone living in their homes or someone they know, such as adult children, grandchildren, caregivers, tenants, even their neighbors. We are a law office, so we provide a full scope of direct legal assistance in elder abuse and domestic violence court proceedings to prevent this type of abuse. We can't charge fees for our services or accept fee-generating cases, so your funding helps us provide the highest level of service. We hope the City Council will support the staff recommendation for funding SALA. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mira Chandra.
Welcome, Melia.
Hello, Council. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Okay. I'll go right on ahead. My name is Mira. I am the Grants Manager of Child Advocates of Silicon Valley. The City of Milpitas is historically a strong partner of our agency, and we thank the Council for their recommendation in support of our proposal this year. We would also like to provide additional context on the current state of affairs in our community and how our organization is quickly responding. DFCS, otherwise known as the Department of Family and Children's Services, continues to change their procedures behind the processing of child abuse and neglect reports. I'm sorry, my dogs are barking. More services are in place to address family needs at this time than the individual child. This is due to the adoption of the Families First Act, which prioritizes proactively keeping families together rather than removing children from unhealthy environments. Fewer kids are entering foster care in our community than ever before, resulting in a reduction of overall referrals to our agency. Although there is a reduction, our agency is now facing a new challenge. We must quickly strengthen our program to best address the heightened scope of foster youth needs, as the threshold of abuse and foster youth, the threshold of abuse that foster youth must meet in order to be referred into the system is now so high that our agency must quickly pivot and meet these new heightened scope of needs. Because of this, we're strategically delivering better service to youth at a much faster rate than before. We're dedicating even more staff time to carefully matching CASAs with youth. We're proactively training staff and CASAs on emerging trends for what children and families will need. And we're identifying and providing the best kinds of resources and support to each child. Additionally, even though the number of foster child referrals has decreased, our services and the cost to provide those services have remained the same, if not increased. Moreover, in our county, it costs approximately $3,500 to provide services and robustly meet the needs of each foster child. In regards to our proposed metrics, serving at least 4 Milpitas youth would cost at least $14,000. With this in mind, we thank the City of Milpitas for their unwavering support of foster children, and we hope for another year of successful, strong community partnership. Thank you so much for your recommendation once again.
Thank you.
And next we have Elena Purcell.
Welcome, Elena.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Montano, City Council, and staff. My name is Elena Purcell Schrader. I'm the Development Director at Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley, and I want to thank Robert and the City of Milpitas staff, the Commission, and the Council for your ongoing support of Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley's life-changing home repair program. Our organization has been providing life-changing home repairs to low-income neighbors in need across Santa Clara County for over 32 years. I want to iterate that Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley makes sure the Milpitas neighbors in need, low-income, seniors, people with disabilities, veterans, and families with young children that we support have heat in the winter, hot water, safe electrical conditions, plumbing and roofs that don't leak or cause further damage to their homes. We also provide a renewed sense of independence and safety by making sure they can get in and out of their homes safely and move about their homes without the fear of falling. I just want to thank you again, the City of Milpitas staff, for their time and effort supporting our very beneficial programs, and of course for the Council's consideration of our application to continue providing our greatly needed minor home repair program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no additional hands raised.
Okay, thank you so much. And I will close the public hearing and move on to council discussion. Are there any comments from my colleagues? Colin Anthony Fan.
Thank you. Yeah, I think for me, prioritization should be spent on organizations and services that had a record of servicing Milpitas. And that's why I do think that, well, I know that the Health Trust and the Meals on Wheels program has served a lot of residents and has been tremendous asset to our low income seniors, and that's why I'm a bit disappointed to not see any funding recommended. Even though the funding amount that we have allocated in the past or approved in the past, has not been large from a comparative perspective. I gotta give credit to the organization for, adding their own resources, adding their own costs and expenses to serving our seniors. It's hard for me to see that reflected in some of the work that some of these other organizations have requested funding. And of course, I don't want to compare the work of all these service organizations. I really do appreciate our nonprofit partners, but I do want to recognize the good work that the folks at Health Trust have been doing. It'd be a shame to end that relationship. I would like to continue that partnership with them. That said, I have a couple of questions regarding some of the other vendors who have applied for funding. So, namely, Pragnia, is that how you pronounce it? Pragnia? Yeah. So how is this the first year we've provided second?
Yeah.
Okay. And what were the deliverables that was accomplished?
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. I'll let Robert respond to that.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. So in fiscal year, we actually have a backup slide on this if IT can pull it up. But the organization, it's on slide 28. So Pragnia in fiscal year 21-22 received an allocation of $40,000. They served 132 residents. Last year, fiscal year 22-23, they received an allocation of $10,006. And we have yet to complete the fiscal year, so we don't have a full accounting of the residents served.
And is this all self-reported information, or is there any documents that have been provided to us?
So we do receive documentation along with every quarterly submission. And so staff reviews the documentation, ensures that we can tie back the service delivery to the activity. But the amount of people that they service is self-reported.
Okay. And what kind of documentation are we receiving?
Typically expenditure reports. We do ask that they certify that the individuals that they're assisting are special needs. HUD doesn't have a requirement from us to verify income because they are part of a category that's called presumed eligible. There are certain subsets of the population that HUD deems they presume to be low and moderate income and don't require any kind of income paperwork or verification on behalf of the subgrantee. So we do get a lot of expenditure reports and evidence that they are providing services to the clientele, to the organization.
Sure. And I would assume that this is operational expenditures or the majority of that funding. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yes, there's a small administration cap of 20%, but everything else is operational expenses. And there are some limitations on what those operational expenses can be used for.
Okay. And okay, yeah, no, all of that's really helpful. I'm glad to hear that they've served so many residents. The reason I ask is it's difficult for me to find that information. On their website, I can't seem to find anything regarding the board members or regarding annual reports, the way that a typical nonprofit would publish. And that's why I ask these questions. Moreover, the specific service that's provided, that's kind of unclear to me, because I look up the organization and it's confusing what exactly the mission statement is, what they do. Some stuff about self-determination, neurodiverse community. I think the mission of some of these other organizations, it's very clear and concise, and the deliverables are very well documented. There's plenty of transparency in terms of accounting and operational expenses, along with a history of the organization and its work. But I would like to move on to Lighthouse of Hope. We can clarify if they're a new applicant. and what exactly they plan to do.
Thank you for the question, council member. So they came to us during the pandemic and received funding for counseling, psychological support, and education to the Milpitas community. So they provide counseling and psychological support to low and moderate income residents.
Okay, and deliverables.
If we can, well, they with $5,000 in grant funding in fiscal year 21-22, they assisted 7 Milpitas residents.
Okay. Okay, thank you. For me, I would like to defer or reallocate the funding for the aforementioned organizations towards the Meals on Wheels program. You know, I think it's just important that we continue to work with folks who have had a long established history of actually serving the people in need that have provided clear documentation of the services provided. And yeah, that's just my one vote.
Thank you, Anthony. Councilmember Onlin.
Thank you, Mayor. Robert, if you would please. Stephanie, clarify. Life Moves on Julian Street, and they are requesting for $100,000. Julian Street is in San Jose. Would you explain to us why we are funding this $100,000 to San Jose?
Thank you for the question, council member. The Julian Street Inn supports Milpitas residents. So Milpitas, as you know, does not have a homeless shelter. Life Moves has a network of shelters in downtown San Jose and throughout the area. And as Milpitas residents are allowed to use the services in San Jose, and the way that we determine that they are Milpitas residents is as individuals access the shelter network and are given nights at the shelter, they are asked to identify themselves with residency at a particular city. And so when they identify as Milpitas, we get that reported to us through our CDBG reports with Life Moves.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Barbadillo. Oh, well, I didn't see the light on. Okay, I'm gonna go back.
Thank you. This is just to follow up on that item. So do we know how many homeless individuals that is right now getting help through Life Moves? Robert?
So again, this fiscal year's numbers have not been finalized yet, as we are not concluded the fiscal year. So we have fiscal year 21-22 numbers to report. We allocated $100,000 to Life Moves in fiscal year 21-22, and they served 21 Milpitas residents.
21. Okay. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
All right, I have the same issue with regards to some public services. For sure, I know India Community Center, and for sure, I know Meals on Wheels. And cut it short, I would want to, as much as we want to distribute CBDG funds, I would like to either reallocate, request, I mean, or share the funds going to capital projects for life moves or rebuilding together Silicon Valley towards the Terrace Garden Seniors housing, which is located in Milpitas, and the known public services of India Community Center and Meals on Wheels. I echo council members Lynn's. I did try to see what Life Moves is. They do have a novel cause. They were spread all across the Bay Area, but it's just that I believe that funds would better serve the city of Milpitas through the organizations physically and directly providing public service to Milpitas.
Thank you, Councilmember Rabadillo. And next we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna make it quick, fast. The one thing that I didn't see, Robert, is the help for micro enterprises. Like we did a couple of years ago, like we helped out the really small businesses here on CDBG. And as we know, a lot of they're still struggling, the small businesses here in our city. And with the layoffs, with the inflation and potential recession, we need to allocate some funds to address our small businesses. And I know we did that a couple of years ago. And I echo what everybody said. We allocate some of the funds from other, divvy it up. I agree with your recommendations for all this, for all the number of recipients, but reduce the amount, have some money for funds for our small businesses. That's all I can say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will add my comments now. Thank you so much, Robert and Alex, especially Robert, for doing the extra presentation. And I know that you guys put a lot of thought into allocating the funds where you feel that you get more bang for your buck, right? So the one that I do like a lot is the Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley. That helps people maintain their homes, and I've known people that have used it and they're very, very happy. I know the city puts a lien on their home, but they tell me that it's worth it because they get to improve their home, and that's their life, their home where they live. And the other one that I do really like a lot is the Life Moves. That one, from my understanding, I think our police department, I think they send some of our unhoused over there. Is that correct? Yeah. So that's really important to have that Life Moves. But I'm, excuse me, I am surprised that they're asking for 150 and we gave them 100,000. But again, we have to try to balance out other needs too. So I do like the Life Moves. Actually, I like all of them. And I do agree with Vice Mayor Chua on the micro enterprises. A lot of small businesses that I've spoken to are still hurting. And I think we should, I think that staff should take a look at how we can fund them and see what other areas we can find some funding. So think that's it. So if you can do that, staff, look into micro enterprises. Some of these other areas where we can take a to relook at what we can do. Hey, is there anybody else that would like to say any comments? If not, I would like to close the. What was that? Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to just receipt and file. And let me see, I think that's it. This is okay. So we're coming back May 2nd for the final. Okay, so item number 16.
This is a public hearing, item 16, adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2023-24 user and regulatory fee schedule. And we will have our finance director, Lauren Lai, making the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, council members of the public. We'll keep this brief. This is a recurring item that comes before the council every spring to update what we used to call the master fee schedule. Going forward, we're proposing to call it the user and regulatory fee schedule. These fees will be effective July 1 of 23. Next slide, please. We'll go over the background and the approach, summarize some of the changes, and then ask that you adopt the resolution approving the fees. Next slide, please. What is a user fee? A user fee entails an amount charged for government activity performed at the request of and or specifically for a particular individual, business, or group, as opposed to a service performed for the community as a whole. Keeping in mind tonight, these exclude the impact fees and utility rates, which are handled separately. Next slide, please. So cost recovery, at council's direction on May 2019, we look at these, and most of these are indexed against our personnel cost increases, which we call COLA. Every 3 to 5 years, we do a comprehensive update. In the interim periods, we just do interim update and maintain cost recovery. In addition, tonight, we are bringing back first year of the 3-year implementation of the recreation cost recovery policy, which will go in a bit. Next slide, please. Important to note is 99% of these fees remain unchanged or increased by 5% or less. And that's really important for you tonight to consider. 99% of these fees remain unchanged or increased by only 5% or less. Next slide, please. So the ones that increase 5% or more entail the utility restart fee after shut off. These fees are governed and limited by state law. The fees are adjusted annually based on the regional CPI. Likewise, in the mileage fee for ambulance transport, these fees are linked and authorized per mileage cost, and they mirror Santa Clara County EMS. Next slide, please. Application for carrying concealed weapons. In the police department previously, this was handled by the county. We're recommending that we include the fees within our fee structure to allow Milpitas to recover its costs. It also allows Milpitas Police Department to process the application and the license. The fees here align with the county fees for similar services. Next slide, please. Development related fees. We have a footnote clarifying refunding of fees. We also want to reflect the state limits on mobile home permits. We're also clarifying amendments versus modifications of certain fees on existing permits. Next slide, please. Public Works. We're establishing a cost recovery for backflow testing conducted by the city. Next slide. City Clerk, we have new fees for retrieval of Political Reform Act statements, annual registration fees for lobbyist annual registration, and for subscriptions of the council meeting agendas. Next slide. Existing in the fee schedule is a credit card transaction fee when anyone chooses to pay city fees with credit card. We're removing the footnote which limits such fees to development fee, fire-related permits and plan reviews. Again, this is to offset the city's credit card transaction fees, and this is only applied when credit cards are used. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about recreation. In 2021, Council adopted the recreation cost recovery policy with the goal of achieving on average 40% cost recovery in the recreation programs. It was broken out into 3 categories. Category 1 is entails programs and services of what we call high individual benefits, and we'll explain that in the next slide. In category A, can we go back the other slide, please? In category A, that have high individual benefits, we are limiting the subsidy or provide no subsidy. In category B, where it could entail both individual and community benefit services and programs, we are providing up to 50% cost recovery. The third category, category C, this is where it's mostly public benefits. In this category, we are providing up to a 20% cost recovery. So in essence, 80% of these costs are subsidized through taxes. All right, next slide, please. Now let's talk about some examples of category A, B, and C. This is first year of a 3-year implementation plan to achieve the 40% cost recovery for recreation department services and program. In category A, adult sports and advanced swim lessons are adjusted, and you'll see that in the agenda report. Ticketed events, however, are being held to only the cost of living, and we'll continue to monitor those. Facility rental fees, those already meet the target, so we're not modifying them, and we'll continue to review those. Category B, most of this relates to contract classes and youth programs. These meet the target and will receive the cost of living adjustment. Of note, however, youth sports program does not meet cost recovery, and we'll continue to review those for future year consideration. Category C, we have new fees for Alviso Adobe and the community theater performance. COLAs are being proposed for the senior center membership, classes, and trip fees, and we'll continue to evaluate fees that fall into category C. Next slide, please. Important for members of the public to always understand and have access to is residents that are 50 years or older receive a 25% discount on recreation classes and programs outside of the senior center offerings. Additionally, through the MAPS program, the Milpitas Assistance Program, we provide subsidies for those that qualify in the low, very low household, and that subsidy is up to $1,000 per year. Next slide, please. With that, we ask that you adopt the schedule of user and regulatory fees, which will be effective July 1. And we're here to answer any questions you or the public may have pertaining to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to open it to public hearing. Any comments from the public?
I have no speaker cards and there are no raised hands in Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Councilmember Chua.
We need to close the public hearing first.
Sorry. Close the public. I'm going to close the public hearing, and then now we can have Vice Mayor Chua speak.
Thank you, Mayor. That said, I move to approve item 17. One question.
Yeah.
Gary, Councilmember Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question. What's the basis of our the percentage of our cost recovery on those category A, B, and C?
Will you please speak on that?
Sure. So the way they are categorized, and then there's target sort of cost recovery percentages. This was a policy that was adopted by council about 2 years ago. And it's really based on kind of the allocation of public and private benefit related to those to the services provided. So if it's purely for private benefit and it's a service residents could get here or anywhere else, and again, that could be like a private swim lesson or something, then that's in category A. And then category B is sort of a mixture of public and private benefit, and category C is really more public benefit. So those are services that really have a very low cost recovery percentage target, like 0 to 20% or 30%, I think. And then B is 30 to 50, and A is 80 to 100.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, so now we are done with council discussion, and I'm asking for a motion in a second.
Thank you, Mayor. Move to adopt resolution move to adopt resolution approving the fiscal year 2023-24 user and regulatory fee schedule as recommended by staff.
Second.
So it was moved by Vice Mayor Chua, seconded by Councilmember Lin. And now we are going to take the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lien.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. So it is unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to item 17.
So item 17 is adopt a resolution certifying election results and adding the properties located at 1752 and 1810 Huret Court into Community Facilities District number 2008-1, annexation number 24. And we have our principal civil engineer, Roberto Alonso, presenting on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. So today I'm here to present to you item number 17 to adopt a resolution certifying election results and adding the property located at 1752 and 1810 Huret Court into the Community Facilities District number 2008-1. Next slide, please. Some background on the project. As I mentioned, the project is located at 1752 and 1810 Huret Court. It's a 2.25 acre site located within the transit specific plan area. The site development permit and conditional use permit were approved by City Council on May 17 of 2022. This project provides 56 residential units and 24 accessory dwelling units. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the development property is a 2.25 acre site. It is located just west of Montague Expressway, north of the Montague Expressway, sorry, near the BART station. It's located at 1752, 1810 Huret Court. And as I mentioned, it's adjacent to Montague Expressway, east of McCandless Drive. Next slide, please. So this is for CFD 2008 annexation number 24. The project is subject to annexation to the Community Facilities District 2008-1, annexation number 24. Certificate of Registrar of Voters certified there is one voter residing within the boundaries of the proposed annexation. The 5 owners of the 2 parcels within the proposed annexation boundaries all agreed to the CFD annexation. Next slide, please. Its staff recommendation is the following receipt of the election results from the city clerk
to adopt a resolution certifying election results and adding 1752 and 1810 Horrid Court to the Community Facilities District number 2008-1, annexation number 24. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time this evening. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any of them.
Thank you, Alonso. Thank you for that presentation.
You're
Okay, so
welcome.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
I just said you're welcome. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. Well, thank you. Okay, so I will now take the public comments on this item. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand or receive testimony, if any. Is there any, Suzanne?
I have no hands raised and there are no speakers in the audience.
Okay, thank you. So I will ask the city clerk to provide the protest count of registered voters and landowners within CFD number 2008-1 or proposed annexation territory.
There were no protests received.
Thank you. This is the time for the city clerk to canvass the ballots and to report the results of the election to the city council.
This will take just a moment. Thank you, Mayor. 5 ballots were received. The ballots are unanimously in favor of the proposition. All propositions have been approved.
Thank you very much for that information, City Clerk Suzanne. Now it is time to request a motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a motion? Councilmember Barbadillo.
Move to adopt resolution certifying election results and adding the properties located at 1752 and 1810 Horrid Court into community facilities, district number 2008-1.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Fan has second motion. So it is moved by Councilmember Barbadillo and seconded by Councilmember Anthony Fan. And now we will call the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lien.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you, everyone. Now we are moving on to item leadership and support services on item 18.
So item 18 is consider mayor's appointments of city council members to outside committees and as liaisons to city commissions.
Thank you very much. Since I am, there are going to be some openings for the CAC Arts and also the library. I am the alternate for the library commission, so the JPA, so I will be taking on that role, that vice mayor's role. There is, and I will also be taking over the senior, and I will be appointing vice mayor on the CAC and the Arts Commission. And this is as an executive decision that I am making. And now I will call for any public comment. Is there anybody in the public or Zoom?
We have no raised hands and there are no speakers in the audience.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we will have council discussion on this item.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Lin. And it has, now we will vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you for that. So it is, now we will discuss the announcements and future agenda items.
Mayor, we still have items C10 and C13.
Oh,
pulled from
yes,
the
I
consent
forgot about that. Okay,
calendar.
so we're going to, sorry about that. I jumped the gun. So we're going to be discussing the items that were pulled from the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. So item C10 is adopt a resolution to reject a bid protest from Ashron Construction and Restoration Incorporated and award a construction contract to Tucker Construction, Inc. in the amount of $51,060 for the fire training tower concrete repair.
Okay. So Councilmember Lynn.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I pulled this item just to get verifications or clarifications for the fire training tower repairs. Looking at Tucker Construction and Ashland Construction, the two bids with such a big difference. There's like 234,000 difference in two bids. I just want to make sure that we compare, we do compare apple to apple, and that the qualifications of the materials are the same when we compare the bid.
Would you like to speak to that, city manager?
I'll ask our Public Works Director, Christian DiRenzo, to speak to that.
Good evening, council member. Thank you for the question. I'm waiting for my video there we go. Yes, we do verify at time of receipt that they have actually complied with the spec requirements, that they are the most qualified and responsive bid. It's unusual, but not entirely out of the norm, that on occasion with small projects, you'll see a large variance in budget proposals. I've seen this multiple times. So one of the things that we did when we reviewed the proposals was, in fact, confer with our division manager, facility and fleet division manager, that they had honored and adhered to all the requirements, that the applicants review the engineering specs that were submitted as part of the bid package, that we discussed with Tucker, and confirmed that they had indeed acknowledged understanding of the full scope of the project. So yes, we've done our due diligence.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. And I also had a couple of questions, Christian.
Yes.
So I too was concerned about the huge gap, 246,940 from 51,060 is quite a huge gap. So to me, that raises red flags, but I might be wrong. So I guess the question I want to ask is, do we have some type of guarantee that no more will be paid? I mean, because what I have found is that low bidders usually come back and say, oh, we missed something, and so we need to ask for more funding. I mean, is there like I forget the term, there's a term that they use, like a buffer. I don't know what is it called? Yeah, a construction contingency. Thank you for that term. So is there a construction contingency on this?
So, thank you, Mayor. Typically, a construction contingency will be 20% of the project. The buffer, to answer your question, the buffer will be myself and other staff. We will review and be hypercritical in the event that the contractor submits change orders. We are familiar with the habit of sometimes coming in unusually low on a project, and when it may appear on the face of it suspicious. And so as we move forward with the project, we are particularly mindful of the schedule, of submittals, of any requests for information, and any potential change orders. We will do our due diligence to scrutinize those to the best of our ability. So.
Okay, I guess that's a good answer for me. I just don't want them to. You said they do have a buffer of 20%. I guess that's fair, but still, okay. All right, that's my question. Those are my remarks. So I'm going to go back to Councilmember Barbara. Who has her hand raised? Oh, okay.
Thank you. I move to approve C10.
So before you guys can move, I think we still have to hear from the public on this.
Okay, open it up to the public.
We have no speakers in the audience and there are no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Now I can go to Councilmember Lin.
Move to approve C10, Mayor.
Second. Second.
So it is moved by Councilmember Han Lin and seconded by Vice Mayor Chua. So now we're going to the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you. Just for clarification for my colleagues, so what happens is on this gadget here, I see this, the city clerk's name, and then by the time her name comes off, someone might say something on there, and so that's why it's taken me a while to get this. So okay, so just bear with me. Okay, so now we are going to. Consent item C13. Councilmember Fan, you pulled C13, right? So City Manager, would you please talk on that?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So item C13, approve the addition of names to city naming list and adopt a resolution to name a new city park, the Delano Manongs Park. And yes, we don't have a presentation.
Okay, so now I'm opening it up to the, excuse me, I have a little cold. Open it up to the. So Councilmember Fan, do you have a specific question on this? I'll open up your mic now.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with the name that's being suggested. I think for me it's the influential people naming list that I'd like to look more into. So what's the process for naming city facilities? Because In the past, I've served with Councilman Barbadillo on the naming facilities subcommittee. Does that process still exist? It does. Okay. And is it still being met regularly? Was this list brought before that subcommittee?
Yes, it.
So I'll just go ahead. Yes, it was brought before the facilities name subcommittee.
No, I appreciate that. My understanding was the subcommittee generally makes recommendations with council approval. I would like to revisit that in a future meeting, just so council can provide some input on future future names. Yeah. So that those are just my thoughts. That said, I'll move approval of the item.
Okay, thank you for that. And if you want input, you can always go to this subcommittee and put your thoughts, your ideas there. And then that's right, this would be the three. So how do we this is the venue. This is it. So, and you just said you're okay with it. So now we're going to go to the public comment on this consent item.
We have no speakers in the audience and there are no raised hands in Zoom.
Okay, anyone from Zoom? No.
There are no raised hands in Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne. And I will call for a motion. Oh, so you're okay. You second. Okay, so now let's call for the vote.
That was moved by Councilmember Fan and seconded by Councilmember Leon. Thank you. Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Leon.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you for that. And now we are going to go to announcements and future agenda items. Correct? Right. But before we do that, what? Oh, okay, hold on.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two announcements. Last week, I think it was on Friday. Yes, Friday evening, I attended the ceremony in Fremont, was hosted by Assembly Member Alex Lee, honoring Steve Harris for being the city manager in Milpitas. Is well deserved. I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate Steve, City Manager Steve Harris, for leading our city during the pandemic and doing such a great job as a city manager. The second announcement I have is on April 30th at 9 a.m. Civic Center Plaza. The Vietnamese community will have our flag raising. This is in honoring the Black April in our community. So I would like to invite all city council members to come out and join us. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chua, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. I was also there for the unsung heroes of District 24 under Assembly Member Alex Lee.
And I would like to again congratulate Patricia Montoya for she's the founder of the Peaceful Poets in Milpitas. It's the society has been there for 15 years or so. And also would like to acknowledge Noni McDonald's, a very tireless fundraiser for the Friends of Milpitas for the last, I'll say 20 years. Congratulations and thank you for your contributions to our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Barbadillo.
Yes, Mayor, it's just a request. I've been noticing for the last few council meetings, the mayor has having a hard time pinpointing it with a pencil. If there's, if there is a way that we can put a pin pad or something, I'll trust the IT with that. It would be easier.
Been doing that for you.
Probably some device to just, pin pad. I don't know. As I said, I'll defer to Danielle about that. But yeah.
Well, he gave me a pen because it was really hard to. Well, and then what's going on is that when Suzanne's name comes up, I have to. Sometimes I press it while her name is up, and then that person's name disappears, and I have to just go all the way back. So I have to wait. There's a little pause there.
I'm sure there's going
because
to be
people were out of order. They just kind of without me calling them. That's why I changed it back.
or maybe some
Anyhow.
device to just plug in. It's easier. We have our initials in there, right?
Yeah, and and it doesn't even have your title on here. So I apologize. Sometimes I say your name, but I should really say council member. Because like it says Gary Barbadillo, but
Give her.
so yeah, it'll anyhow. So I wanted to make a referral. I would like to have parcels, the city owned parcels 2 and 3 appraised. I know parcel 1, we've already done it and possibly going to be on the market soon, but I would like to have those 2 parcels appraised because I think buyers or developers want they probably want to have include parcel 1, 2, and 3. That's my recommendation. I'd like to have that done. And I also was able to go to the Chamber of Commerce crab feed, and that was really nice. I went to several events, but it'll take forever for me to announce. And I did, and I also was invited by the Vietnamese community in San Jose to attend the one that you were talking about. And also, I want to close in memory of Joe Renteria, a longtime Milpitas resident. That Councilmember Vice Mayor Chua had recommended that I close the meeting in his memory. So, give a couple of seconds. Thank you very much.
And
Meeting
Mayor,
adjourned.
just before you conclude, it's been a minute since we've done council member recommendations, but I believe it would have to pass by a majority of the people
that's
left.
right.
So you guys can do it by a show of hands if you want.
Is there a consensus on
Is there a consensus for support of appraisal of parcels 2 and 3?
Yeah.
Okay. That was a unanimous consensus
All right. Thank you.
by the remainder.
Thank you. Okay. Meeting adjourned. Good night, everyone.